Good afternoon and welcome to today's February 23rd Arlington County Board meeting. We have board members Garvey, board member Dorsey, board member Carantonis, vice chair Crystal. I'm your chair, Matt DiFranti. We are happy to have you with us. We're back picking up on our monthly meetings, and we will start this afternoon with reports from board members and the county manager. And I believe we'll begin with Ms. Garvey. You have a proclamation that you would be willing to share with us.
Of course, thank you. I think my theme for this meeting, as you'll all pick up over time, is history. That's what I think. So I get to read the proclamation for Museums Advocacy Day, which is kind of cool. I'll read most of the whereases because they're interesting. Whereas the Arlington Historical Society was founded in 1956 with the goal to conduct research and to preserve and disseminate knowledge relating to the history, archaeology, material culture, and geographical and socioeconomic development of Arlington County, Virginia. And whereas the Arlington Historical Society owns and maintains the Hume School, built in 1891, as the Arlington Historical Museum and the Ball Cellar House historic home built in the 1740s. And whereas the Arlington Historical Society welcomes visitors to the artifact-rich museum celebrating Arlington's history and the Ball Cellars House, which is the oldest house in Arlington, offering a glimpse into the lives of early Virginians. And whereas the Arlington Historical Society, as a private, nonprofit organization, hosts monthly events with featured speakers on Arlington County history at no cost to the public. And whereas Arlington Historical Society has partnered with the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington County to raise awareness of the important contributions of African Americans to the history of Arlington County. And whereas the Arlington Historical Society has a long history of partnering with the county government to support maintaining the historical heritage of this unique county. And whereas this year marks the 65th anniversary of the Arlington Historical Society. Now, therefore, Matt DiFranti, chair of the Arlington County Board, does hereby proclaim February 23rd, 2021 as Museums Advocacy Day in honor of the Arlington Historical Society and the Black Heritage Museum of Arlington. And thank you very much to both of those groups. It's getting so that we're really getting quite a bit of history here, and I'll talk more about that later.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. I will just have a couple of brief reports. And I'll start with just a report from Richmond so that colleagues and all are aware. First, I want to just share with you that one of the major pieces of legislation for this session has been approved, and that is a General Assembly measure to ban the death penalty. The bill has been approved by both houses and been sent to the governor, who has agreed that he will sign it. So that is an important moment for many in the community who, like myself, who share, and I think colleagues who share that position with respect, opposing and ready for an end to the death penalty. The budget is also proceeding. This Saturday and Sunday is the time when the budget will be finished. We've sent a letter of advocacy this morning regarding budget priorities and some funding opportunities that we see as critical that are consistent with our legislative package. I'll just highlight a couple of others. The marijuana legalization legislation is in conference. The two houses have different versions, and we are hoping that they will be reconciled. Both create a new state agency that would address marijuana and cannabis. It's called the Virginia Cannabis Control Authority. I know several of you, but sticking out in my mind is Mr. Dorsey. You spoke quite a bit about polystyrene food service, and I know all colleagues would want to be added to that important priority. A local option to develop incentives to decrease polystyrene food service containers has also been sent to conference. We're hopeful that that will pass. There are a number of other pieces of legislation. One that is a shared priority. Just from about 90 minutes ago, Delegate Rip Sullivan's bill to permit the county board to rename Route 29, Lee Highway, within Arlington's borders has passed the Senate now, and it will be sent to the governor for signature. So that's another piece. Another shared priority is electronic meetings, and the item that would allow a number of members of public bodies to meet remotely to go up to 25% of their meetings has passed the legislature. which is a step forward. There's certainly additional steps that would need to continue. On elections, one of our other legislative priorities, the requiring drop boxes for ballots in public locations and removing the witness signature requirement on absentee ballots has also been passed. Green banks, one of our priorities with respect to clean energy, has been passed through the legislature. A version of that will become law. Our tree canopy and tree preservation priority has moved forward. There will be a working group to help localities determine how we can best address that key priority. That's the big picture. There are a number of clean car, electric vehicle pieces of legislation that have also passed. There's a rebate program there, and there's amending the Virginia Energy Plan. So I've tried to move quickly but cover most items. One last item we've dealt with over the last year where there's been a start is new provisions for localities to use when faced with commercial properties that have had numerous problems or disruptions. So it's a start, and I know that Mr. Carantonis and Mr. Dorsey, all of us really have followed that. One last piece of legislation that Mr. Schwartz and all of us will be interested in is there's a loophole with respect to online travel companies that is being closed, and that will provide much needed funds as we address our budget. Estimates on that to come. So that is the legislature. I'll move quickly to the second part of my report, which concerns hunger, and I'll ask if the clerk might be able to share a copy of the hunger presentation that I have, if it's available. And I will, as we are moving through it, this is a great picture. You can actually see folks back in school, which I know we all share as a priority with Arlington Public Schools, the school board, as well as the county board. So what have we been doing on hunger? The next slide will show there has been progress at the federal level with the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We are still seeing an increase in those who are at risk of hunger here in Arlington, as well as across Northern Virginia and the country. AFAC is transitioning the plot against hunger. So many gardeners helped grow food this past year and contributed that food to help those who are hungry. It's being transitioned to the Arlington Friends of Urban Agriculture, and Ms. Garvey and I joined a conversation with them within the last month. AFAC has opened a new food distribution site at the Apex, which colleagues preceding me helped fund, and we also took some action on, which is an affordable housing site off Glebe Road in South Arlington. Arlington Public Schools continues to serve at 22 sites. Earlier this month, and occasionally they have been doing emergency meal kits that cover multiple days, which is important. And so those are steps on hunger. DHS has been implementing the grocery store gift card program that we helped to contribute towards. So that will go through June of 2021, and funding for it was also provided by the Arlington Community Foundation. Stephanie Hopkins has started as our food security coordinator on February 1st. She is delightful and so committed. I got to spend time with her outside of Randolph, just helping with their food distribution. So with respect to the Hunger and Food Insecurity Working Group, we have been working on that, and over the coming days to week is what I'll say, we are working towards finalizing the managers group on hunger. So that's my report for today. I believe other board member reports are next, and we'll start with Ms. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for those presentations. We have just one slide to share about the very successful and widely attended Missing Middle Listening Tour. Give that just a second to come up. Great, thank you so much. So as the over 300 members of our community who participated know, the Housing Arlington Listening Tour was just a few weeks ago and involved conversations across Arlington County. I say across in the loose sense, they were virtual, but we did encourage people to attend them organized by geography so that we'd have an opportunity to discuss the location-specific concerns. For example, as I joined a group in the Lee Highway area, lots of interest in thinking about how the missing middle housing study might overlap with Plan Lee Highway. They were by no means limited to different zip codes, however, and so I know we got a pretty robust sampling of people from all over Arlington County. 4 different nights, as I mentioned, regionally focused, and really about having small group discussions. One of the things that everyone's probably at this point tired of hearing me say is that this is a conversation not between county staff and residents or the board and residents, but rather neighbors and neighbors about what they think the future of housing and the future of Arlington should look like in all of our neighborhoods. So we were thrilled to welcome over 300 different people joining, conversing about the missing middle housing study, thinking pretty broadly about planning for growth in Arlington, and shared their priorities when it comes to planning for new housing types. Definitely some spirited discussion, and I think interesting disagreements, which teach us a lot about how our neighbors maybe see the world and their hopes for our community. Staff are currently reviewing the hundreds of ideas that were shared via digital Post-its. So kudos to the Housing Arlington team for trying to find some unique ways to solicit public comment and deploying a couple of new software fixes that let people post their comments and sticky notes, replicating the time-honored tradition of adding your opinions to a whiteboard via sticky note that everyone knows and loves from public participation in meetings. We also have an online feedback tool which was stayed open for about a week after the meetings, closed on February 8th. And so all of the comments received there are being reviewed alongside those digital Post-it notes. So we're really looking forward to seeing some summaries. And those of us who were in attendance at the listening sessions know that we got to hear from folks doing report outs from their small groups as well on a couple of those key themes. This was the first milestone community engagement opportunity in phase 1 of the study. We cannot say it often enough. We are just in phase 1. I think everyone often focuses on, well, when will the missing middle amendments come before the county board? That is way down the line in phase 3 of implementation. We are only at the beginning of the beginning, which is to say trying to build a common understanding of our community about what the needs may be and what the opportunities might be to address them through new housing types in Arlington County. So thank you to all who participated. It was the first, but by no means the last when it comes to community engagement on missing middle, and encourage anyone who's interested to visit housing.arlingtonva.us/missing middle to sign up as a community partner if you're interested, or certainly for our listserv to receive updates about future engagement opportunities as well. And finally, a big shout out to the staff, not only our housing staff who were there to share some of the details of the substance of the study, but also the communications team that really tried to adapt more participatory methods to an online format. So thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I know all of us attended, and the sticky notes was a new software for me to use online. So it was great to be there and hear, you're right, so many spirited opinions, and looking forward to the continuing dialogue as we work on this. So next, it's to Ms. Garvey for a presentation that fits with your theme, I think.
It does. Continuing my historic theme. Thank you. As people will remember, 2020 was the 100th anniversary of Arlington being named Arlington. And I have a wonderful committee that I've been working with starting in 2019. And we were just getting going on all kinds of really exciting events. 2020 was going to be a really exciting year. And of course it was, just not in the way we imagined it to be. So we've regrouped once and talked, and we have incredible support and leadership really from Diane Kresh, our head of libraries, and I see her here, and I've invited her to talk to a little bit about. I think we're not calling it a history capsule. I think we might be calling it not a time capsule, but a time box, maybe something different. So if you want to fill us in, Diane, that'd be great.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Mr. Manager, for inviting me this afternoon. I think we're calling it 2020 Unfiltered. but we're thinking about a variety of time capsules. That's essentially what we're doing to bring attention to all of the signal events that we experienced last year. We had the census. We had COVID-19, of course. We worked and had our attention raised on racial justice and civic unrest. We obviously worked on Libby's centennial, and then it was also the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage, and we told a number of stories about Arlington women who had participated in the Long March to Suffrage. So there's a lot of material, and the Center for Local History has begun a project to collect, catalog, and then make available probably during Archives Month, which is celebrated each October, so that we can actually enrich the story of Arlington that the Center for Local History is already telling. So details will be on the library website, which is library.arlingtonva.us. We will be accepting all kinds of donations from the community, government agencies, the commissions, the nonprofits. A very wide net will be cast so that we can hear from as many people, organizations, and groups as possible. So I'll stop there if you have any questions, but it's going to be exciting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what we're able to collect.
That's great. Thank you so much. So, small correction. I don't know if it was my centennial. I'm old, but I'm not that old yet.
Point well taken. Yes, it was probably my centennial.
No, but it was certainly Arlington's, and we really had a great time and talking through things. So I think this is great. I have found myself, because I'm a bit of a pack rat, finding things and thinking, ooh, maybe I should keep that, because it's sort of significant. And slight personal note, if you'll indulge me, I have a copy of my grandfather's diary from World War I when he was 17 and got on a boat over to England and then was in northern Italy fighting. And I've been transcribing this diary. And my uncle was excited, sort of into it enough to actually send me the letters. So now I've got some letters that he wrote. So I'm trying to piece all that together. And the bottom line is that I realized these letters in this diary, which I got because it was just sort of stuffed in a drawer somewhere and everybody forgotten about it. It seems unimportant at the time because it's all kind of where you are, but I am finding it just sometimes riveting reading, and he's not a great writer by any means, but reading about being in the middle of a huge attack and the shells falling and all of the wounded and what's going on. And then I'm thinking, this is a major, I think this must be, I'm going to look this up. So, and he was in the middle of a very major battle. And so you have a window just in this little bit of what it was like to be there. And I think that's a little bit what, these time capsules are all about. And it may not seem so important to us now, and you have to be a little cautious about what you save. But I think allowing people, 50, 100 or more years in the future to have a little window into what it was like now, I think is a great thing. I will say the final thing I'll say is getting through this year, talking to my mother, which I said who's almost 93, about everything she's been through has helped me deal with everything we faced, because our ancestors and our direct relations and some people who are still alive have been through some really tough times before, and it's helpful to hear how they got through. So anyway, I probably have gone on too long, but I really appreciate this project, Diane, and I look forward to doing more and telling folks more about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And Ms. Kresh, you are also featured in a Washington Post story in January that I got to catch about your conversations that you're having. And I think that the shared theme is in your comments, Ms. Garvey and Ms. Kresh, is intellectual curiosity can really be a great thing. And so just really appreciate all the report on the 100 years and also all you do for our county, Ms. Kresh.
I appreciate it. Mr. DiFerenti is referring to Live from Diane's Living Room, which is a feature featuring people who live and work and have made a contribution to Arlington in unique and different ways. So it's a lot of fun. It's very informal, and we have some great conversations. So thank you, Mr. DiFerenti, for that acknowledgement.
Sure. The title of the article was Pandemic Curiosity, but I like Live from Diane's Living Room really well. So thank you, Ms. Kresh, and also thank you, Ms. Garvey. So our next report will be from Mr. Karantonis, regarding, I think, housing and eviction-related issues. Is that right? You're on, I think.
Right. I don't know if our Claire can pull up the couple of slides that we had for that, or I could do. Okay.
Sure. Can you turn up your volume just a little bit, Mr. Karantonis?
Is that better now?
A little more if you can.
Better?
Better.
Better?
Keep going if you can a little. We can hear you though. So
I will do a last attempt here. I cannot put it higher than what it is right now. But anyway, Mr. Chair, you referred in your report to the ongoing efforts on hunger, on facing the consequences of the pandemic for many Arlingtonians. These are literally thousands of Arlingtonians. The majority of our residents are actually in a good place, considering the circumstances of this past year and the pandemic. Most of them have retained their jobs. Most of them can work safely from home. Most of them have not faced, didn't have to face the severe consequences that a part of our residents have had to face. And one part of that is also the fear and the stress of losing the roof over their heads, over the heads of their families. So this is more of an update. County staff has worked very diligently to collect all the data and to post actually an eviction prevention data portal, a dashboard that actually shows what the effort of the county has been so far. And I believe this is a very important improvement in the way we report. The county manager, in its presentation of the fiscal year 2022 budget last Saturday, appropriated extra funds for housing grants and for and money that is needed to keep people in their homes, to make sure that no Arlingtonian has to fear to lose their home in a pandemic just because they cannot pay for it. The bottom line, and you can see that here, is that the county has provided 7.7 so far, until the end of January of this year, $7.7 million in emergency rental assistance that has served 2,684 households. This is a really impressive number, in my opinion, and I have to congratulate everybody who has, especially staff, and actually you, Mr. Chair, who has very early invested a lot of effort in getting that help, in making it available, and fighting for the monies to flow in the right direction. Still on this slide, there is a telephone number if anybody knows somebody who is who faces the risk of eviction. There is a helpline in Arlington. It's 703-228-1350. 1350. This is a very important line. It's multilingual, and we will be able to help everybody who will be calling there. Can you just change the slide, Madam Clerk? And that's a little bit the evolution. You can see that right when the pandemic began to hit us in March 2020, that's approximately in the middle of this graph, you can see how things evolved. It's very interesting to see that so far, our top months where the demand for help has been the highest are actually September, even November, and December 2020 haven't been so low. So actually, the need is big, the need is great, and the need is still evolving. That means that we have to sustain the effort to help our fellow residents to stay in their homes during this pandemic and until this pandemic is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and the credit, that's very kind of you, but the credit really should go to the manager and our staff.
Absolutely, yes.
as well, and to you, but all of us on the board have made keeping people in their homes and preventing evictions a big priority. And it's a reflection of our community, really, where everyone has mentioned this is really important. So thank you for that report. Would be remiss if we didn't give credit to Brooke Hammond-Perez and Anita Friedman, our Director of Human Services, as well as our housing team, and Benicia, as well as our manager, Mr. Schwartz, for all the work on this issue. So next, we finished our board member reports, and I have some appointments that we have a set of advisory group appointments for today's recessed meeting, and I will read it. And I will be making the motion. It won't need a second, but we will need a vote at the end of it. So we, as a board, I move that we appoint to the Commission on Aging Nacy Powell for a term ending February 29th, 2024, to the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, C2E2, that we appoint Gilbert Campbell for a term ending on February 28th, 2023. Also, Michaela Milton for a term ending on February 28th, 2023. Majdi Shamali for a term ending that same date. Sean Norton for a term ending also on February 28th, 2023. And John Bloom for a term ending February 28th, 2023. To the Community Services Board, we reappoint Sergeant Stephen Taphorn for a term ending January 31st, 2024. To the Economic Development Commission, we appoint Brad Mason to a term ending on January 31st, 2023. And we reappoint Andy Blankley for a term ending on January 31st, 2023. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, we reappoint Richard Woodruff for a term ending on February 28th, 2025, and designate him as chair through December 31st, 2021. And we reappoint Sarah Garner as vice chair through January 20, Sarah Garner as vice chair for a term, vice chair through February 28th, 2025, and designate her as vice chair through December 31st, 2021. To the Human Rights Commission, we designate Jose Quinones as vice chair and EEOAC chair through December 31st, 2021. We reappoint Roland Watkins for a term ending February 29th, 2024. And to the Planning Commission, we reappoint James Lantelmi for a term ending February 28th, 2025. Finally, we appoint to the Trespass Towing Advisory Board Captain John Feeden for a term ending February 29th, 2024. So there does not need to be a second, but we will call for a vote. I'll start with Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye. Congratulations to each of you who's been appointed via that motion, and thank you for your service to Arlington. Very much appreciate all the work that you have done and will do on our commissions. So now we will move to regional reports, and I believe we'll begin with Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And hopefully Ms. Jacobs has some slides to present. If not, I can try and do it from my own screen. Thank you so very much. So an issue of regional significance that certainly impacts Arlington as well as everyone else in the region is the movement afoot for DC statehood. And this is something that is, for those of you who have been denizens of the DMV for quite a while, you know that this has been an issue which has been very much a part of district activism for decades. And just to give you some context setting as to some of the reasons why there's been a push for DC statehood, our metropolitan region ranks 6th in population among the 392 MSAs in the United States. And we're a large MSA, but even among the very many, we stand out in a few key regards. This MSA is number 1 in educational attainment. It's number 1 in median income. If you look at the district itself, it is more populous than 2 other states, Vermont and Wyoming, and its residents pay more per capita in income taxes and federal income taxes than the residents of any other state. Putting all of these together, you find that more than 11% of our metropolitan region's population has no voting representation in Congress. So this is something that the District of Columbia has long since found problematic, and I'll allude in a minute to how it affects us as Arlingtonians. But if we can move to the next slide. There is a lot of momentum to have DC become the 51st state. There are bills introduced in both the House and the Senate to further the effort that DC has sought locally, as best reflected in their 2016 referendum, where nearly 2/3 of their population, by an 86-14 margin, voted to support statehood. We now have in the current Congress 2 bills, H.R. 51 and S-51, that have been put forward in the Congress, and there are 212 co-sponsors in the House, 39 in the Senate. So there is a significant momentum, not necessarily the high water mark in terms of co-sponsors, but as a percentage of Democrats in the Congress, this does constitute the high water mark for support for DC statehood. There will be a hearing on March 11th with the House Government Oversight and Reform Committee to consider it. I believe Mayor Bowser is among the many who will testify at that hearing. And the path that proponents propose is that DC follow the path laid out in what's called the Tennessee Plan for Admission into the Union. It's a precedent that has been established for a number of states. It would include bills being reported out of the House and Senate, signed by the president. It would also have with it the concurring need to set a path to repeal the 23rd Amendment to the Constitution, as well as the U.S. Code, which allows for Washington, D.C. to choose electors in voting for president. The basics of the proposal, if you're not familiar with it, it would basically create a state out of the current boundaries of the District of Columbia, with the exception of a 2 square mile swath that would include the mall, the White House, the Capitol, and surrounding areas. And the reason this comes into a fine granular regional focus is part of my work with the Council of Governments. I'm co-chairing a task force that's going to consider how the region is going to speak on this issue. And, you know, this is about a lot more than just simply the question of DC statehood. It's a pretty significant national issue, but it's also a significant regional issue. As stated before, for the District of Columbia, the primary issue is no representation for the levels of taxation that they provide to fund our country, making them very distinct, along with other territories who have sought, one other territory, Puerto Rico, who has sought admission to the Union via the statehood route, but has been denied it. Of course, the district also seeks full local control of their government, an issue that was most expressly manifest on January 6th, where the mayor did not have control over calling up the National Guard to secure the area around the Capitol and to protect district residents and, by extension, personnel that was on loan to the district from Arlington and elsewhere. And that's something that, very much brought into stark relief the limitations that DC currently exists under. For our region, this is also significant because when it comes to the allocation of federal resources, the District of Columbia is not treated like a state. Therefore, there are a reduced level of resources for things like COVID relief that the district received, which put a burden or put a responsibility, I should say, on its surrounding neighbors most acutely to pick up any slack that comes from DC not being able to fully receive the resources that they are entitled to or would be entitled to if they were a state. Of course, this is not a one-sided debate. There are people who don't support DC statehood, and most principally, you'll hear the political argument about the shifting balance of power that would bring to the U.S. Congress. I'll also remind you, though, that there is another power dynamic, and that is the District of Columbia, with its significant African-American population, it has a diminishment of political power for Black residents. A full 47% of DC is African American, and those African Americans are not represented in Congress. It also diminishes the ability for urban areas to exercise their power within our government. So those things certainly are to our detriment. The state of play moving forward, we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. There are going to be constitutional questions and other logistical considerations, but we are going to have the COG weigh in because our region, beyond the district itself, has the most to be affected by the possible statehood movement. And just to give you a sense of our own delegation, we have 7 members of Congress from Virginia who have co-sponsored the legislation, including all of the representatives from Northern Virginia, as well as both United States senators. In Maryland, 2 senators have co-sponsored the legislation, along with 7 members of the delegation from Maryland. And our counties in Maryland, our nearby neighbors, Montgomery County and Prince George's County, have also done some local actions to support DC statehood. So I'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. And just it's way past time in my view, and I know that all of us share that view. And simple representation that your vote should count. So thank you for bringing all of the details of it and for leading our work at COG on that. So really appreciate it. We have a question from Mrs. Crystal.
Indeed. I wouldn't have thought to ask this, except I suspect some other eagle-eyed Arlingtonians saw the DC City Council's Twitter Valentine, Diamonds Are Forever, showing a re-annexed Arlington and Alexandria on an old map with some consternation. But do these conversations come up at all about DC's geography expanding during its path to statehood, or should we take that entirely for a joke? I know that's been an interest of some DC residents over time, and I wonder if there are any quarters in the district who are trying to make a case for it.
I haven't heard those. As I've gotten into the weeds, I've heard lots of different things. And, the constitutional questions in history is really fascinating. Rest assured, the District of Columbia would not be able to annex anything. Those issues wouldn't be cause for concern. But, over the years, people have actually suggested other solutions to the question of representation that don't include statehood. And the primary one is some sort of retrocession process to either Maryland or the district becoming a part of Virginia. Clearly, the district has not expressed an interest in either of those routes, nor have what would be the receiving entities either. But don't worry, the district, even if it were to become a state, it would be constitutionally prohibited from doing anything that took away the territories of other states. So we're good there.
So we can support it full-throatedly without any reservation of being annexed. Exactly.
Thank you. Well, hopefully not too much relief to too many that we didn't think that the diamond was as an immediate concern, but so past time. And Mayor Bowser, her statement on it that she might not have been born with DC as a state, but she will get this done is echoes in our minds, and certainly we want it done way before that. So thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So we have also a report from Mr. Karantonis. Regional report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I'm more audible right now. And maybe the clerk can pull up the few slides. So this is something completely different and of lesser importance, but not of less importance, than the statehood of the District of Columbia, which I very much hope that is advanced and and the effort will be successful this time. This is something else. This is about the air and the air quality. And I'm sure that most of us during this year, the pandemic year, we have rediscovered what it means to have clean air, because indeed the quality of air that we had in the metropolitan region has been the best ever in recent decades, and it's obvious why. That said, and I remind that the chair mentioned in his remarks on what current legislation is right now coming out of the General Assembly. He mentioned that we will see new legislation on electric vehicles that promotes and incentivizes electric vehicles in Virginia and in Arlington. But the electric vehicles is not exactly the type of technology that most Arlingtonians are using. We still have a lot of legacy vehicles and a lot of combustion engine vehicles, and they use a device to control emissions, which is the catalytic converter. And I believe that most of our residents are familiar with that. So there is in the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments a special committee that focuses on air quality. And this December, at this December meeting, we discussed the importance of having an updated regional policy on aftermarket catalytic converters so that we can achieve to be compliant with the ozone standard. The catalytic converters, it's a technical device that reduces nitric oxide emissions. And these nitric oxide emissions, together with other organic compounds and sunlight, they contribute to the formation of ground level ozone, which is a gas that is harmful, especially for people who are active outdoors, work or play outdoors, for children, older adults, and people with asthma. It generally attacks the upper respiratory system, and it can really reduce the lung function. So it's an important piece of the quality of air that we breathe to drastically reduce the ground ozone levels. And for that, our catalytic converters have to be in the working condition, and when they have to be replaced, they have to be replaced by devices that are of equal or superior quality. Can you, next slide, exactly. So right now, when these converters fail or age, repair shops have two options. One is to to replace them with the original manufacturer's converter, which is the best option, but it's also the most expensive option, or to replace them with aftermarket catalytic converters or even used converters, which is a far less costly option, but actually also a not so good option with regards to emissions control. So. For this reason, the stakeholders in the region are seeking and are working together with the EPA to update and to make efforts to improve the federal catalytic converter quality policy and find ways to implement that in the region as well. So we are looking at an ongoing effort to have stronger enforcement and better standards for new and replacement catalytic converters. Another slide. Next slide. So the basics of these policies are here in my points. Establish a consistent and robust nationwide enforcement policy for all types of replacement. Develop more stringent emission performance standards, establish a clear certification process, which doesn't exist, believe it or not, right now, especially for the aftermarket converters, and eliminate provisions that permit the sale of used older used converters. and of course implement the policy as expeditiously as possible, and continue to assist states in their introduction and implementation of inspection and maintenance programs, which in Virginia we don't have yet, and we are in the process of developing. Next slide. So the point of all this discussion is that properly functioning catalytic converters contribute to emissions reduction here and now. It's not something that will happen in the future. These are vehicles that are circulating on our streets. They're owned, there are millions of them, and if we can improve the devices that control their emissions, we immediately will have a positive impact on air quality in our region, in our relatively dense metropolitan region. There are some concerns, regulatory concerns, but also significant equity concerns, because higher standards on catalytic converters may increase the cost of maintenance of older vehicles. And this can be a burden for lower and moderate income drivers, as well as small businesses that own older legacy vehicles. But there is a general consensus that this policy needs to be responsive to this challenge, and I believe that in the region we are willing to do the hard work to find ways to support lower and medium income drivers to remain compliant with better emissions control. I added here a little graph that shows from 1997 all the way to today, to 2020, the number of unhealthy air days. These are air days that are code orange or worse. And as you can see, we have seen a significant improvement over these decades, especially in the last decade, since 2012. This year, of course, is an absolutely outlier. We have had actually 2020 was an absolute outlier. We have only 2 bad air days, but that this shows that over time, these small adjustments, policy adjustments, the many policy adjustments that we have seen in this area have actually produced some awesome results, and they are really visible in the number of unhealthy air days that we have here in the metropolitan area. That is my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and it's great to see that graph with a positive direction. So I appreciate your sharing that report from your work with that committee of COG. And now we'll go to Ms. Garvey for a report on, I believe, airport noise. You're on mute. Sorry.
No, you don't have to. No. I have to do it at least once every meeting.
Sure.
I think I've already done it twice. Anyway, different kind of pollution, although it's more noise pollution. So I wanted to update people a little bit on this. As those in Arlington who live, under flight paths know all too well, airplane noise has been with us for a long time, and it's getting worse. There are new navigation techniques and new flight paths and some changes that have made it a lot worse over the last few years. And we have been trying hard to get the FAA and MWA to address this, and it is not easy. One of the issues is that we need good data to make our case to making some changes, because the current data on noise is really bad. The way it's collected, it's not very useful, but it serves the purposes of those who'd like to keep it noisy. So anyway, people may remember that we joined with the Montgomery County, Maryland Council in hiring a contractor that can do the kind of technical analysis that we need, because it's fairly expensive to do that. Really, MWA or some other entity ought to be doing this analysis, but they're not. So we decided we would, and we just made that kind of agreement about 2 years ago, and it took maybe even longer. It took quite a while to work through, but finally, Montgomery County and Arlington joined together, hired a contractor, and we had a joint town hall with Andrew Friedson from the Montgomery County Board in April, I think, to introduce the contractor to our communities and talk a little bit about the study. And we are now to the point that the contractor is ready to actually present preliminary results and some alternative kind of plans to folks. And there'll be another town hall coming up. I don't think the date has been set yet. I believe we're looking probably at mid to end of April. And that'll be joint with Montgomery County again. But things are moving forward. I just want to let people know that things are moving forward. Also, as you can see on our page from the from our website, the FAA has just released the results of its long-awaited Neighborhood Environmental Survey, called NES, which is actually looking at surveying the country about airport noise and airplane noise. And they are requesting comment on this survey by March 15, which is coming right up. So we are encouraging our residents to do to send in. We are going to be, as a board, sending something in from our chair. I think I haven't actually talked specifically with you about that, Matt, but we'll be there. And I do want to say long awaited is kind of a bit of a euphemism. I think this study actually began in 2009. It got delayed for some issues, and it was finally finished in 2015. And now it was just released. So it's kind of ridiculous how long this has taken, and it hasn't been. Then the results were there and not presented. I think my own guess is that the results that the FAA got back were a lot more concerning and difficult to deal with than they expected, and they weren't quite sure what to do with it. However, it's out there now. We have a new administration in the White House, which I think probably helps, and it presents us with a real opportunity. So we are, as I say, encouraging people to send in comments. Also, the next slide, please. We are members in an organization called Noise, and I think I've got the notes here as to what it is, but I'm going to not. National Organization for a something sound controlled environment. I've lost my notes. There it is. Ensure a sound controlled environment. All right. And that is a national group that's been in existence for actually quite a while and pulling together cities. It's been very small. They helped start the Quiet Skies Caucus in the U.S. Congress, and Eleanor Holmes Norton is chairing that caucus. Even though, she might not have, they might not have all that much representation. They do. Representative Norton plays an important role in the Congress, and she's chairing this group. So we're hoping that this conference that we're going to have is March 3rd. I think Mr. Karantonis will join me because he's agreed to come on and help out with these noise issues, which it is a bit of a heavy lift and it's a long slog. I think the more we have working on it, the better. But March 3rd will be that gathering. And the point there will be bringing people up to date from around the country, encouraging folks to send in comments by this March 15 deadline. I attended their board meeting yesterday for Noise, and there's really a lot of excitement, a sense that after really decades almost, we're really going to be making some movement. Noise itself recently reconstituted a bit and has a stronger kind of public relations arm now, I think, which is going to be important. And as we kind of work to kind of bring this together with some good data from our consultant, the data from the survey, a much more friendly ear, I think, across the river when it comes to dealing with these issues, I think we may actually make finally some progress. And I want to thank all of our residents in Arlington who have been so good about sending in comments and doing what they can to support us in our effort to get some changes. Congressman Beyer has been very, very helpful. And a big shout out to Rich Roisman on our staff, who's been doing a lot of heavy lifting on this. So just wanted to let people know, encourage people to send in the comments if they would like to. Folks might want to try to attend go onto the Noise website and attend. I think there's another, there you go, and attend this virtual meeting if you would like. And with that, I'll turn it over to see if Mr. Karantonis would like to say anything.
I will
add anything.
I will be happy to join you, Ms. Garvey, March 3rd on the Noise Town Hall. I think this is a I mean, right now during the pandemic, we have seen a dramatic, drop in traffic at our national airport, but this won't be forever. This is still a facility where more than 20 million passengers a year land and depart. This is a real problem, and it needs to be managed, and it needs to be aggressively managed and with the best available technology. So I think that being honest and collecting the data and measuring the impact is a very good first step. Being also transparent is a very good first step, and I look forward on working on making it operational and finding solutions where we can.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. One of the things they said at the meeting was the worst noise is new noise. And I think, again, the pandemic presents us with another opportunity because there's going to be this increase in airplane noise. People will notice it again. At the same time, the survey data is in, our consultants in, we're getting noise, stepped up. So fingers are crossed that we'll actually make some progress. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for your work on this. You're right. It's not an easy issue, but it is very important. And I agree with both of you. And I think the whole board is concerned about that may be one piece, the new noise that we see over the coming months and year as we see more travel, air travel, is of concern. So thank you both for that. So now we turn to our manager's report, and we have talked about a number of other issues that we work on, but we also continue to stay focused on vaccine distribution and COVID response, which is the moment we're in and the challenge we're facing as a community. And so for a report on that, over to Mr. Schwartz, the manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Good to be with you this afternoon. Wanted to update the community, and I think I'm probably going to start every one of my updates now with the following disclaimer. This information is likely to change probably minutes after I give it to you. So people just, and I know that's very disquieting for people, but in my preparing some of the talking points for this, since noon today, a couple of facts have changed. So first off, I wanted to highlight that our public health division did receive shipments of vaccine yesterday. We had only opened up appointments for Monday of this week, given the limited supplies related to the slowdown in vaccine delivery related to weather. But we did receive our full set of vaccines. And so we have full first and second dose clinics set up this week. And we have reached out to additional registrants who are above the age of 65 and above. And some of those other individuals who are also in phase 1A and some of the categories in phase 1B. And they've been invited for first doses, and also people have been asked back for second doses. I'm just going to try to share here with you, and if this works out, on my screen with a summary of a graphic that we have sent out to a number of people in our daily update, if you can see that, which is we try to do a snapshot as of the end of day of Saturday of every week. And you can see there that these are the doses that have been received by the Arlington County Public Health Division, okay, and the number of shots given. You can see that a slightly peculiar statistic under dose number 2, but which means that we have dipped a little bit into our first dose supply because we had a number of second dose recipients showing up. And that's perfectly fine. We've replenished whatever we need to do, and we're receiving a second doses to match the number of our first doses. You can see that the difference between the amount received and the amounts administered for first doses were essentially the amount that we needed to start off the current week. So that's an update on where we stand on that, and I'll release back my screen here. Also, I'm going to caution again on this one, which is that we found out today, the same way a lot of other people in the community found out, that there are now 3 Safeway grocery stores in Arlington, one at the Harrison Lee Shopping Center, the one on Lee Highway, and the one on Wilson Boulevard, which we understand are getting a direct allocation from the federal government. It's our understanding, which is that each of them are going to get about 70 doses per week. and that the CVS on Columbia Pike, the one that the federal government had partnered with, is also received another 100 doses a week, and that the Giant on South Glebe Road, the 2900 block of South Glebe Road, is receiving 195 doses per week. Now, we found out about this not from the federal government and not from the state, but from a third party. And we've confirmed that at least these locations are getting vaccines. As to how they're approaching it, we have been told anecdotally by people who've tried to sign up that they're limiting that to people who are 65 and above. I did want to state for the record that we are not coordinating appointment schedules with them. They have not sent us any information as to when they're getting their doses. And so it's a little bit of a Wild West on that. So again, I can't speak specifically to what it is that's going on with them, but I did want to let people know about that. Another item I wanted to talk about, if you all remember over the summer, our focus on what was going on with restaurants and the governor's executive order. We continue to go out on weekends to enforce that order. We have a number of restaurants. I'm not going to get into names and details. People can check the Washington Post where we publish that information on Thursdays, but we have a number of second violations and some third-time offenders, which is quite serious. So they'll be coming in for administrative hearings, and more to come on that. We're pursuing with the county attorney and the state the appropriate avenues of relief to make sure that people are following through with those executive orders. We did want to move back again to the vaccine, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, to go through some details related to the Arlington Free Clinic, and then turn it over to the Vice Chair to talk a little bit about the Complete Vaccination Committee.
Thank you, Mark, and appreciate the update. And yes, things are evolving with the Safeway and Giant announcements. I know this is a shared priority of our public health director, Dr. Varghese, of yours, Mr. Schwartz, and of all of us, that we seek to address equity in vaccine distribution. And so we're working out the details and have been working assiduously the last few days. We're at an agreement with Arlington Free Clinic that is to be finalized in the short term by those who are directly at the lead, which is Dr. Varghese and the manager, our county attorney, as well as the Free Clinic leadership. It's a small allocation of vaccine to begin administering to eligible clients who are most in need. There'll be Arlington residents who meet the Free Clinic's eligibility criteria, underinsured and uninsured. The Free Clinic is going to work with the Department of Human Services and Arlington's Social Safety Network of nonprofits to identify residents who fit the Free Clinic criteria, under and uninsured, and the current vaccination priorities, 65 plus, and then eventually 16 to 64 with chronic medical conditions. We must seek to address those most in need where there are the most cases and populations which historically we have not served as well as we would like to, and we're now focused on this. So over the coming days, we'll finish that agreement and begin that work, which is such a critical piece of our commitment to equity and health equity, which we know is a challenge. So with that, for an additional piece of that, over to you, Ms. Crystal, as Vice Chair, for your piece of this.
Absolutely. So I think the Free Clinic is going to be an essential part of literally prioritizing vaccination shots on the basis of our most vulnerable community members who might not otherwise be captured in our efforts. But also really critical is getting folks in our community from vulnerable communities pre-registered. I know it is probably hard to conceive of for those members of our community who have been pre-registered since January and are desperately waiting their vaccination email. But there are a lot of folks who don't even know that we have a pre-registration system. And that's how Arlington County, as well as the state, knows that they're out there and are interested in receiving a vaccine when it is their turn. And so that is what the Complete Vaccination Committee, a group of Arlington residents and trusted advisors from our New American community, our communities of color, our non-English speaking communities, and low-income communities are doing. So just today, actually, the Complete Vaccination Committee started knocking doors and doing what we're calling pop-ups throughout the community. So the plan over the next couple of weeks is to knock on 2,000 doors with Vaccinate Virginia flyers at affordable housing buildings, as well as doing pre-registration pop-ups anywhere someone, for example, might be receiving food assistance. So the Arlington Food Assistance Center, or on site at affordable housings and other food distribution sites. This week alone, there will be 5 different pop-ups with CVC members out there helping folks complete the pre-registration form, answer questions they might have about the vaccine, including listening to folks who may be vaccine skeptical for a variety of reasons and need more information about why the vaccine is safe and effective, as well as providing testing, which is something that they're able to do on site too, rather, their partners from our Arlington County Public Health Office are providing testing, not the CVC members themselves, and information about emergency assistance. And that's an important link here too, as our colleague, Mr. Karantonis, was mentioning. We've seen significant spikes in need for emergency eviction prevention assistance. And Chairman DeFerranti, as you were talking about at the top of our meeting, we're seeing an increased spike in need for food assistance. So we want to make sure to get that information out, along with information and pre-registration details on vaccines while we are out throughout the community. So you will see this continue for multiple weeks to come, as long as we are doing vaccinations, which I think we can assume is for multiple weeks to come. A final note, the CVC is now up to 100 different organizational partners, churches, houses of worship, PTAs, restaurants, associations of neighborhoods, and so forth. And we invite others to join us. We'll be holding a partner early orientation in early March. So if you are interested in getting your community group involved, or just being an active member and would like to undergo that training to learn how to help pre-register those in your community, to learn about the resources and toolkits available to you in combating misinformation about the vaccine and sharing information about the vaccination effort, we would love to have you. If you go to arlingtonva.us and search Complete Vaccination Committee, or even indeed vaccine, you'll find your way to the CVC and learn how to sign up for more. So we look forward to seeing more Complete Vaccination Committee members out in the community, in housing locations, food distribution locations, and wherever there are neighbors who are in need of information and some assistance in getting pre-registered.
Okay, I guess I'm going to hop back in here with some further updates. Did want to talk a little bit about a problem that has been bedeviling a lot of people out there, the state's pre-registration system. And we sent data whenever it was that the system stood up. You know, everything's a blur to me, but we sent the 41,000 names we had on Friday, February 12th at like 5:01 p.m. and got confirmation from the state at 6:30 p.m. on that same day that they had received the names and were uploading them. Now, that does not quite match with the experience that people have been having. So people have gone into the system to try to check for their name, and they can't find it, which has been enormously frustrating. We've had conversations with the state's chief information officer on this issue. What I'm going to tell you now will seem a bit surreal, but all the names are in the system. They are there. We can see them because we have access to the back end of the system as a county, but the individuals whose names are in the system do not have access to it. So what has happened is, absolutely understandably, everybody who we have assured that their name is in the system doesn't believe it. And so we're getting lots of calls, and I did want to put up a graphic here that shows essentially what the impact has been on our 7999 number. And the numbers here are a little bit small, but you will see, and I'm going to try to point with my cursor. Yesterday alone, we received 1,148 calls, 866 on vaccination. I get to see all the questions that are coming in. The vast majority of them are people asking for confirmation that they are still registered in the system. And you can see we've had some record call volumes. And the amount of time we're handling the calls somewhat expeditiously over a 5-minute period, but we've had people have had to wait a considerable period of time in order to get our attention. This is enormously frustrating, I think, for the people who've signed up. I wanted to be absolutely clear about this. We have kept a list of all the people who've signed up. All 41,000 names are still intact and kept in order of registration. They have been sent to the state system. We're verified that they are in the system. And the state CIO has said that by the end of this week, they should all be visible to the people who are desperate to make sure that they are there. So I have a couple of other items to go over, but I did want to stop on that because I know there have been a number of questions in the community to see if board members had any other questions on that, because I know you've all been hearing from a lot of people on that.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So am I to conclude then that what's not working is the state's system for searchability, if the back end is all correct, but the user can't get that information, and that they have a fundamental issue with their search deployment?
Yes, that is a fair conclusion.
And do they have a timetable for when that might be fixed?
Well, they have told us by the end of this week they hope to have full functionality for that. And we're not alone. It's not just people shouldn't think it's just affecting Arlington County residents. This is our sister jurisdictions have been experiencing the same thing.
Okay. I have a couple of other questions about earlier points, if that's allowed, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go for it. Start with one, and and we'll do rounds if we need.
So for the 65 and older population, do you have updated information about how many in our registration group
have had a call with the National Foreign Affairs Training Center.
Ms. Cowan, I think you are.
There we go.
Should be on mute. There we go.
Okay.
So do you have, you got the question? Great.
Yeah. Yesterday, we were at 45% of our way through the 65 plus. I do not have the totals because it was just yesterday that we sent out invitations to a couple of other thousand people. So we may be probably where I'm sure we're over 50%, getting closer to 60 to 65%. I will have an update, hopefully an update for you on that. Maybe at tonight's meeting, I can give you that information.
Thank you. And last question is regarding Safeway and CVS. Might there be any way utilizing the emergency powers that you're operating under during this declared state of emergency that we might compel a greater degree of coordination among those? I just find it untenable that they could be out there with, vaccine in our community operating under their own rules without any sharing in a way that can create, at the very least, duplication of efforts and inefficiency, which none of us can afford during this time.
Well, I will tell you this, which is that we are in conversation with them to see if we could come up with a better approach. It hasn't yielded the kind of results I would like. My emergency powers, which are vast and without limit. In this case, it's the federal government that is providing the vaccine directly to the places of sale. So we're trying to do it from the back end. We'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. And certainly the question, just even thinking about the data that we don't have shared there in that relationship, it's a good question, and yet certainly the federal entity involved can make it difficult. I think Ms. Garvey and then Mr. Karantonis. Go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I guess one question, and I want to give everybody a big thank you. I am assuming that the CVS, the Safeways of this world, when they vaccinate, their information goes to the CDC that keeps it, and maybe eventually the CDC gets it back to us in some form or other, or not? Do you know? And if you don't know, that's okay. That's probably a
people who go into each of those establishments must register through the vaccination system, VAMS. And so that data is kept centrally by the CDC. I think that you're being very optimistic to assume that the CDC is sending information back to local jurisdictions in any organized fashion. So that's also something that's a bit of a challenge. I will say this, which is that I do hope that this provides a bit of a safety valve for people. It's a hassle. I mean, I know people are just going to go on and try to sign up at each of these locations, but it should lessen to some degree the backlog that we have here on R65 Plus. But I will tell you, I've received reports that the CVSs and Giants and Safeways are not limiting it to Arlington residents. So people from other jurisdictions are coming in. So that sets its own set of dynamics up. So, looking at it globally or statewide is a good thing, but it's still very frustrating.
Thank you. Yeah, I think down the line, having all of these multiple places doing vaccinations will probably be good once things get kind of organized a bit better. But right now, I mean, it's fine. I just tell people who, contact me that you can trust Arlington. We've got your name in the system. You're on your list, and we're going to get to you. And I just wanted to say a thank you because, I am hearing back increasingly from people. Mr. Aiken has been great doing a few checks for me on a time for people who are particularly panicked for one reason or another. And all of that, all of the time it comes through, it pretty much checks off that, yes, their names are in there. We've got them. We're getting there. We know what we're doing. We're moving forward. Just be a little more patient. Have faith, and it's going to be okay. And the longer we do this with the better effects, as you saw those increasing numbers, the more likely, the better it will be. So I'm comfortable here, and I tell people if you're registered with Arlington, don't worry about CVS and Safeway. If you're just trust the system, and we will get there. So it's messy, as you said it was going to be, but thank you for everything that you all are doing, constantly adapting, constantly changing, and making it as good as we can for our residents, and often dealing with problems and messes that are not our causing and not ours, but we try to help clean them up and take care of folks. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to say, I'm stunned by the random appearance of distribution sites, even if it's only for 70 doses or so. We all know that the federal government, there was some thinking of, deploying networks of vaccination sites across the nations. There was a lot of thinking about that. The idea was, well, we should get vaccines where people get their flu shots, et cetera. But I had the impression that they were dropped because it's, with the current, in the current rationing situation and with the current very, very restricted flow of vaccine, this is really not a productive way to go forward. And I'm really concerned about what message that sends. I have a different question, though, and this affects the uploading of, the confirmation of that those who have pre-registered through our system and have been now uploaded into the state system. So we trust that by the end of the week, everybody will be able to check and actually find their name on it. Is it too much to ask the administrators of the state system to actually send around 41,000 emails to just confirm to people that they are indeed in the system and that their registration is recorded?
Well, it's my understanding that the state did send an email sometime at the end of last week for everyone who they had an email address for. But we will communicate that back to the state. I think that everyone who's in the system deserves, I would say, even a daily update as to what the progress is. So we will pass that suggestion along. I know Dr. Varghese is going to be having conversations with Dr. Avula and other members of the state, vaccine group. And so that's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think that was getting to the question I had, which is a variant of that, but maybe even more tactical, which is a lot of us are following along with those state numbers about what percent of a given community or sort of doses per 100,000 population have been distributed, whether we're using that as a barometer of how successfully our vaccination efforts are going, or I know some are looking to that to try to get a sense of how far along are we. Do we have a sense about whether the doses given privately, which is to say through the pharmacies, will get included in that?
I take no joy in saying this, but I think I mentioned this last week at the work session. For the first 2 or 3 weeks that the Virginia Department of Health dashboard was up, we were able to reconcile the numbers that the state showed on their dashboard by including the information from the Virginia Hospital Center. Since then, it has become, we haven't been able to do it. It's not practical or possible, given there's also a number of doses that, if you look on some of the data we get from the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, are simply unassigned as to what jurisdiction they're in. So I know we get a lot of questions. I've said this before. We have a lot of people who like to parse the numbers, saying that we're doing a really bad job because, you know, the number of doses per 1,000 is less than some other jurisdictions. At this point, I really just going to encourage people to focus on the information that we have control over. We're going to update it regularly. We are absolutely certain. We know what doses we get. Our goal is to put them in arms. We do not waste a single dose. And I know it's also caused some frustration in the community, people wanting to know when their second appointment is. You know, we've made a decision, whether it's good or bad, to not schedule appointments and then cancel them, which is what the situation we would have been in this week. And I know that can be very frustrating for people. The anxiety and the uncertainty is overwhelming. But, you know, I welcome suggestions and thoughts on how to do that. And let me just echo something that Mr. Carantona said, which is that the randomness by which the programs continue to grow. I mean, I would plead with anybody who's listening from the federal government, and I'm sure they're not, to just give us the doses. We'll turn around and give them to the Giant and Safeway. We're happy to do that. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Manager. And I actually think there was something in there, too, that's worth putting a finer point on, because I've heard that a lot from the community as well. Why can't you just schedule my second dose when I get my first? And I think we all really learned from the experience of Virginia Hospital Center making doses for, making appointments for Arlingtonians, I think at some point, maybe even 4 weeks out on the basis of the doses they had been receiving in January from the state. When the state changed their plan, canceling and rescheduling those appointments, I think, has probably been the most traumatic part of this entire process for county government staff and certainly for those individuals. And so, you know, just to echo what you were saying, as frustrating as it is to not leave your first dose with that appointment for your second in hand, I do think we've learned from experience that it is considerably less frustrating than thinking you have a second dose appointment, especially with the ticking clock of knowing that the doses are most effective when given within a certain date of one another, and then having that appointment removed. So that's what we're trying to avoid. I appreciate your sharing that about the challenge of the data in general, not only getting the data from the pharmacies that are getting the distribution, but actually just the quality of that data in general. I think we are all desperate for information, and I think the point that you left us with is the right one, which is that Arlington County is very committed to full transparency about the doses we are receiving and where they have gone. That's what we are putting out every week with the summary you shared at the start of the presentation, and that's what people can rely on us to disseminate. We cannot be authoritative source of information for all of the other players in this vaccination landscape. And so we are accountable for our own data, and we'll stay in regular contact with folks about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And I do not see any other questions. We will come back, of course, to vaccine distribution. We'll have additional work sessions in the week and weeks to come, and we'll continue to work on this. But appreciate, Mr. Schwartz, how hard you're working, mindful that residents want this. I think there's the big picture items that you highlighted, really, that we have now a date by which the state has told us that we'll get the data viewable through their search system. And I know we've been working nonstop, Dr. Varghese, as well as our whole team. And I also know that our phone number has been inundated with calls. And we want to be accountable. Accountable to you. We also want to encourage folks to help our callers help you as we work through 65, above 50% to those 65 and older, and continuing to work on it. Mr. Schwartz, do you have additional items?
Yeah, I mean, it occurred to me that we haven't mentioned the phone number yet. So even though we're getting a lot of demand, it's 703-228-7999. And I don't want anybody to think I'm discouraging you if you have a question to call, but I think that with this additional information, people who are able to bear the anxiety and don't want to call, that's fine. But if you must call, go right ahead and do it. One last thing related to COVID is on testing. I wanted to give you a quick update, and I'm going to share my screen with you. We have tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. at 601 South Carlin Springs Road, which is a county-owned property where the Northern Virginia Hospital used to be. There will be a testing event for drive up. It'll be both saliva and nasal testing. You do not need a referral in advance, and information is on our website. And we would, we don't need a referral, but we would hope that you would at least register and get online and do that. That's one of our testing opportunities, which we're happy to offer. I would also like to let the community know that we are going to be planning to phase down the North Quincy collection site across from Washington Liberty High School. The site has been seeing low volume, about 10 per day. And if you remember that site, in order to use that site, you must have a referral in advance. It's our conclusion that people have figured alternatives on how to get tests. And so this is actually a little bit of a high barrier for people. And the other site we have down at Arlington Mill is going to remain open and is doing a fairly brisk business. We also have 2 additional sites, curative sites, one at Barcroft and the other at Aurora Highlands, that are doing a brisk business. But we're also going to be bringing in Quest, which is a company that will be doing 2-week stints across the county with a trailer and going around and doing some pop-up opportunities similar to what we mentioned here at Carlin Springs. The advantage of this is that if you've been to the North Quincy Street site, which I was just there a week and a half ago, we have a large number of county personnel that are required there's cones and there's a lot of effort to sort of get to the testing site. We really can use that staff to help back us up and provide additional capacity for vaccination. And it may be that we'll be back to the North Quincy Street location at some point when the weather warms up and vaccines are plentiful. Maybe that might be another location that we would look at. So that is actually the end of my report on vaccine. So if anybody has questions on testing before I go on to my next item, happy to take them. Otherwise, I will zip along.
We do have one question, Mr. Schwartz, from Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question, Mr. Schwartz. Always thanking you for your report and for the tireless work of all staff that is involved in both centers. To be honest, I hear you on Quincy. I'm a little bit concerned about what would happen if we see an increased incidence of COVID due to mutant variants. So I understand that we will be keeping the capacity, so to say, but we will be moving our personnel where it's more useful right now, correct?
That is correct. We're also, and I did mention Quest, which is an outside company. We're going to contract with them. They have these trailers that they'll be bringing into the county, which actually will it might actually increase our capacity beyond what it is that we have right now and make it more mobile so we can take it to places. But this is not a lessening of testing capacity. It's the using fewer county staff to go through and doing the testing.
Okay. Final question. I'm hearing from constituents the following situation. It has been more often lately than in the last few weeks. So we have families, for example, where 1 or 2 members test positive, and that happens a lot on the Arlington Mill Center right now, and they live in the same apartment with other members of family who are negative. So how do we manage that? Can we still provide alternative accommodations for isolation or temporary a temporary site where people can stay away from the members of the family who are not infected?
Yeah, so that it gets back to something that I do not have an immediate answer for you on that, and I will get back to you. We had an arrangement with a hotel on Columbia Pike for those people who needed to be separated. That was more for our homeless population. You see what I did today? I made sure that Ruben and Aaron were off playing a round of golf. I'm just kidding about that. I didn't bring either of them with me because they're busy doing other things. So I'll get you an answer for that, hopefully, in tonight's session.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. So I think that brings the questions on COVID to an end. And I know, Mr. Schwartz, you have another presentation for us.
Right. Actually, I wanted to talk briefly about the police practices group, and then just to give you a very quick update on where we are on our logo. You may recall back in the summer of last year, 2020, on the heel of what had been happening in the United States on the issues of racial justice, we decided to take a proactive look at our police practices and put together a group with 15 members that was focusing on 4 key areas. Those 4 areas, number one was around what would be the best kind of civilian review board we could have. The second area was exploring the role of our police in providing mental health services. The third area was understanding the role of police in traffic enforcement. And the fourth area was identifying some potential models for alternative dispute resolution in the community. And we've also engaged Marcia Thompson, an outside expert, to take a look at 6 areas, and that report is coming in about a week. Those 6 areas included policies around use of force, policies around training, our policies around cameras, recruitment and retention, and data. And so from August of 2020 through January last month, the police practices group had over 60 meetings, full and subcommittee meetings. They had multiple experts come in and make presentations. We had 5 learning sessions for the public. We had 4 stakeholder roundtables. We had hundreds of comments that were submitted. And what it ended up with was last Monday, not yesterday, but a week ago yesterday, the group presented their recommendations to me in a public meeting, and along with slides and a full written report, which is now posted on the county website, their report to me. And in general, what the group found was that they were very praiseworthy of our police department as being professional and committed. They said there were opportunities for some improvements in each of the 4 subcommittees. There were a total of about 100 recommendations. And many of these, I think, can be implemented with our current resources. But there are some different approaches that are recommended, not just for the police department, but for some of our other county departments. And as I noted during the budget presentation I made to you on Thursday and on Saturday, I've included about $1.5 million in the proposed budget to address some of those areas. And I know the board will be hearing more detail as we go through the budget process, and there'll be further communication and detail on that. But I had promised I would get back to the community and at least let them know when the work was done and the report had made its way to me. So that is my summary on that. And again, the full report is posted online for people to take a look at.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I know we each have started to look at it, but in the coming weeks, we will engage in the course of the budget, but also engage over the coming weeks and months.
Okay. My final update is last week we launched our logo art contest. And this is just an opportunity to have some fun, calling on everybody who is an artist or thinks they're an artist. That would be me. I think I'm an artist, but I'm really bad at it. Of all ages and backgrounds, to submit their concepts, scribbles, crayon drawings for consideration. The deadline is March 14th. And you can go online and check. If you type in logo, there'll be a lot of information there. I met with the 15-member logo panel, and I will say this because I'm just thrilled with it. We have a 15-member panel, many of who have never been involved in a county process before, it's a very diverse group of people, and there's a lot of people who know a lot of things about logos, who have background in, marketing or creative arts. It's one of our county staff, Kelly Reinfuss from Arlington Economic Development, is one of the co-chairs. And we have another co-chair in the community whose name's escaping me at the moment, but it's all there. And again, I'm going to urge people to make their submissions so we can meet our commitment of getting back to you in June for a final decision. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you for all of the background and information, as well as the piece on the logo and the police practices. So next on our agenda is I will make a motion that we move to a closed session to consider some items legally permitted to be discussed in closed session. We will come back no earlier than 6:45 for those planning and interested in tuning back in for our agenda items later this evening. So I'll make the following motion, and then we'll take an affirmative recorded vote after the motion. I move that the county board convene a closed session meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711A3 and 8 for the purpose of discussing 3 matters involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes and 2 matters involving the disposition of publicly held real property, where in each case discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy and bargaining position. And that we also move to a closed session for the purpose of consultation with our council concerning the provision of mutual aid under the terms of the National Capital Region's Mutual Aid Agreement. So having made the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. The motion's been moved and seconded, and we'll call the roll. We have Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. So we are now in closed session. We will reconvene no earlier than 6:45.
Okay, so we need to leave this one and come back on, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
That's right. Right.
Thank you for reminding. We are back from closed session, and colleagues, we need to do a motion certifying with respect to our closed session. So I make the following motion, and we'll take a roll call vote or immediately after I make the motion. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion that preceded us moving into closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Now we will, if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mr. DeFerranti,
Aye.
Ms. Crystal,
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey,
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis,
Yes.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Great, we have now certified. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. We will now proceed, shortly we will proceed to a few announcements on our regular agenda item. But before we do, Mr. Manager, we had a conversation today about COVID-19, and I just wanted to, there are a couple of items we were going to follow up on. And so if you could follow up on those, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two questions, the first one we had been asked was how far along we are in the 65 plus category for signups. The answer is 65%. So there's some symmetry there. Mm-hmm. And that's 65% of all the adults that had signed up on our system as of the end of when we did the turnover to the state. The other question, which Mr. Carantonis had asked, and I was reminded of the answer because it came up earlier in the pandemic, was if individuals are in a situation where they're at home with someone who is has the virus and it's a difficulty of staying, the advice that Ruben gives is that you should stay at home and try to keep more than 6 feet apart from someone else. If that's absolutely impossible, then they should get in contact with our Department of Human Services. We still do have a hotel arrangement set up. We have, at some point, we had close to 60 or 70 people. Right now, we're in the low single digits, but that resource is available for people. So they could contact our Human Services Department at 703-228-1300 or the 7999 hotline. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for quickly following up on those and providing us a sense of where we are as we continue to work on vaccinations and try and keep everyone safe. So thanks. And now we will proceed to our agenda item for this evening. But before we do, I just have to have a few announcements for anyone that may join us to speak on our regular agenda item this evening. While you're waiting to speak, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called. The moderator can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you're using a computer, browser, or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Board members will be able to see you, but we will not be able to see you, but we will be able to hear you. You will be able to hear the meeting through your device. Please turn off any sound to any device around you, including your TV if you are following our meeting on your cable stations. Please note that there's a 30 to 40 second delay on the live stream and cable broadcast. Please listen for the tone to indicate that your time has elapsed. And finally, after speaking, you may exit the call. However, you can continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios 39 and 40. We will go right to our regular agenda items. So, Madam Clerk, please call the first agenda item and the only agenda item.
Yes, item 34 is a request to authorize advertisement of public hearings to consider the local historic district designation of a portion of the February-Lothrop Estate located at 6407 Wilson Boulevard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Mr. Schwartz, to you for our staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making the presentation this evening is Cynthia Lichese Torres, who will be assisted as needed by Lauren Ferris and also Eric Beach. Over to you, Ms. Lichese Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. If you'll bear with me 1 minute while I pull up my slides. And if someone could let me know when you see my screen.
We sure can. Thanks.
Wonderful. This request for consideration of the Febres-Lothrop Estate as a local historic district was initiated on April 30th, 2020, when an Arlington resident filed a designation application form with the county zoning office. As per the application form, staff has 45 days upon receipt of the application to review it and then to determine that it has been completed sufficiently. Staff made that determination for this application on June 15th, which was within that allotted review period. As per section 11.3.4 of the zoning ordinance, staff must notify the property owner that a request had been filed within 30 days of deeming the application complete. Staff notified the property owner via letter on July 9th. Since that time, our staff and the chairman of the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board have been communicating with an owner's representative regarding next steps, as well as answering their questions. And to date, the HLRB has held 2 virtual public hearings to consider this request, the first in November of 2020 and the second in January of 2021. At the preliminary public hearing last November, the HLRB considered the merits of the application based on the information provided in the application form and heard public testimony from 2 speakers, including a representative of the owners who voiced objection to the designation. In November, the HLRB voted unanimously to direct the Historic Preservation staff to complete the 3 tasks outlined here. 1, to undertake an analysis and research of the buildings and grounds for potential designation as a local district. 2, to make findings of significance and determine which designation criteria in the zoning ordinance might be applicable. And 3, to return to the HLRB with a status update on our progress within 3 months, which would have been this month in February, and then to present our final findings in 6 months, which would have been in May. However, in December of 2020 and January 2021, the property owners of the subject property filed for county permits to demolish all of the buildings. This prompted the HLRB chairman to expedite consideration of the request at the next scheduled virtual HLRB hearing on January 27, 2021. At this second hearing, the HLRB received 10 public comments and heard testimony from 6 speakers. Again, a representative of the owners was present and voiced objection to the designation. At this hearing, the HLRB made 3 important findings. 1, that the Febres house is at, quote, substantial risk of being damaged or destroyed, end quote, and therefore the HLRB must move expeditiously to protect the threatened historic resources. 2, that the homes and structures on the property meet 8 of the 11 designation criteria in the zoning ordinance, specifically criteria A, B, D, E, F, H, J, and K. And lastly, that all the structures and the property in its entirety, with the exception of the 11 paper lots that front North Madison Street, shall be recommended to be designated as a local historic district overlay. Further, the HLRB requested that the Arlington County Board expedite its consideration of this recommendation due to the documented threat to the historic resources. The HLRB's recommended local historic district boundary is outlined here in this map in blue. It is comprised of the property's 4 main parcels that contain the front drive and yard area, the main house, and all of the associated outbuildings. It should be noted that the estate contains a total of 15 parcels, the main ones outlined here in blue, plus 11 vacant paper lots along North Madison Street, shown here along the right side of the blue boundary line. There are several additional considerations of which the County Board should be aware. Since this designation request has been expedited, the Historic Preservation staff has been unable to complete the thorough level of analysis that is typically done for requests such as this. Staff has not yet been able to gain access to the property to document the buildings as well as study them. And although a significant amount of research exists about this property and its inhabitants over time, staff has only begun to start reviewing and prioritizing all of this information. We also have not yet prepared a detailed designation report. This documentation would include physical descriptions of the buildings and grounds, statements of historical, architectural, and/or cultural significance of the property, a full assessment of the zoning ordinance designation criteria, and preparation of draft historic district design guidelines. And as you are aware, the demolition permit that the owners are seeking has been approved and will be issued pending the release of the Land Disturbing Activity, or LDA, permit. However, it is important to note that the issuance of required demolition permits is an administrative review process, and this active designation request cannot prevent nor delay such permits from being issued. Now that the HLRB has made its recommendations and officially sent the request to the County Board, there are 3 additional public hearings that must take place as per the process in the zoning ordinance. If the County Board approves the request to advertise, or the RTA, this evening, then consideration by the Planning Commission will be next. A Planning Commission meeting is required because the local designation would create a zoning overlay, and according to the ordinance, the Planning Commission must review such overlays. Lastly, following a Planning Commission hearing, the designation request will need to return to the County Board for final consideration. At that hearing, the County Board will decide whether to approve the designation request. If the board votes to support the designation, it also will need to determine the exact boundary of the zoning overlay. It likewise must be noted that the HLRB has sent this request forward to the County Board without draft historic district design guidelines at this time, due to the risk of damage or destruction of the historic resources on the property. If the County Board later decides to approve the designation request, design guidelines would need to be crafted in collaboration with the property owners, then brought to the HLRB for their approval, and then brought to the County Board for their approval, for your approval. Such guidelines would govern exterior changes, new construction, and demolition, but only within the designated zoning overlay. Therefore, staff recommendations to the County Board is as follows: to adopt the resolution, which is attachment A of the staff report, to authorize the advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on April 5th, and then the County Board on April 17th. This recommendation includes consideration of the 4 parcels outlined again here in blue. And as a reminder, this recommendation does not include the historic district design guidelines at this time. So I'll conclude my presentation with just a few photographs of the subject property. These were all included as part of the application form that was submitted to the county. Here is a view of the south, or the front elevation of the main house, as you can see it from Wilson Boulevard. Here is another view that shows the main house and the expansive front yard area. Here are some close-ups of the main house, the one on the upper left of the front elevation, and the one towards the bottom showing one of the side elevations. And then lastly, here are 2 of the outbuildings that are on the site located towards the rear of the property. That concludes the staff presentation. And as the manager said, we do have several staff who are here to answer questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lichas Torres, for the presentation and all your work on this. I believe we have both the commission here as well as several speakers from our public, and we also have a couple of others here as well. But let's start with our commissions. I believe Mr. Woodruff with the Historic Landmark Affair Review Board is here. Are you there, Mr.
I am,
Woodruff?
thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman DeFerrante and members of the County Board. I appreciate having the opportunity tonight to represent the actions taken by the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board regarding the Febres-Lothrop property. And forgive me if some of my remarks parallel what's already been said by Cynthia, but so I'll just proceed. HLRB conducted a public hearing on November 18th, 2020, as she said, in response to a petition previously filed by a citizen. And at that meeting, HLRB adopted a unanimous motion directing staff to undertake a study of the buildings and grounds for potential historic designation to be completed within 6 months and to provide a progress update 3 months hence. From that date forward, staff have made numerous good faith attempts to access the property for the purposes of the study. Tonight, more than 3 months later, staff has still not been able to gain the owner's consent for a time and date certain to view the property. In the meantime, the owner trustees have filed for permits, as you know, to demolish the structures on the property. And as Cynthia mentioned, those permits are pending administrative review. On January 15th, it was revealed that workmen at the property were dismantling the roof of the main house. That action, thankfully, was observed by a sharp-eyed member of the public, and the county inspector issued a stop work order. These actions taken by the owners, the filing of the permit and the premature dismantling of the roof, gave cause to believe that the Febres-Lothrop house was at substantial risk of being damaged or destroyed. Accordingly, at the subsequent HLRB meeting, which took place on January 27th, HLRB adopted the 3 motions which Cynthia mentioned. We found that pursuant to subsection 11.3.4.8 of the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance, that the house is at substantial risk of being damaged or destroyed, and that resolution passed unanimously. Again, the second motion found pursuant to subsection 11.3.4.8.6, the property, home, and other structures met the requisite local historic designation criteria. And I'll state that this finding was based on substantial analysis prepared by staff based on existing information that's already in the public record on the property. Some of that information came directly from a publication prepared for the county, the 11th phase of an architectural survey prepared for the county by EHT Traceries, Inc. in 2009. Other pertinent information about the property came from sources that are within the public domain. So even in the absence of a full-blown staff study, there is plenty of information to indicate that this property is historically important. We know from these various sources that it was an upper middle class 19th century farm. It was owned by representatives of the locally prominent Febres and Ball families. We know that Native Americans hunted on the hill, and that the hill there that the house is located on, and that Civil War soldiers on both sides of the conflict camped there. We know that much of the land has not been disturbed and likely contains archaeological artifacts, possibly pre-Columbian, but definitely 18th and 19th century. We know that the current 1898 main house contains a section remaining from the 1855 house, that the 1898 house was designed by a very significant architect. We know that key figures lived or stayed there in the early mid-20th century. We know that the 19th century house standing on the property today is one of very, very few houses that old that remain in Arlington. And anyone who's ever driven by the property on Wilson Boulevard knows that it represents a uniquely pastoral image from a pre-urban bygone Arlington. So the third resolution adopted by HLRB last month recommended that the buildings and much of the acreage be designated as a local historic district overlay. And quote, further, that the Arlington County Board's consideration of this recommendation be expedited to obviate the documented threat to the historic resources on the property, unquote. And so members of the board, I thank you for your expeditious consideration tonight, beginning with this request to advertise and leading hopefully to consideration of the actual historic designation sooner rather than later. A lot can happen between now and April. and I worry that these important buildings could get scraped by then. And what is there now, both known and unknown, could be lost forever. And really, it would be such a pointless loss. We know the owners want to sell the property, but they don't have a buyer. There's no third party demanding demolition of the buildings on the property. No potential buyer is demanding a scraped site. In fact, a new owner may want to protect some or all of the structures. There's no way to know at this time any of the answers to those questions. So it would be premature as well as a complete disaster for these buildings to come down before any of that is known. I'll close by saying that I spent my entire career working in and around national and local government. I know how this process works. Thoughtful due deliberation is good, but it can get whipsawed by a determined party that moves faster and gets their way irrespective of stated policy goals in the best interests of the community. If you agree that this property is worthy of protection for future generations of Arlingtonians, because really we're all only here for a short period of time, if you believe that some or all of it should be protected, then please figure out how to do it. And don't wait until it's too late. So thank you so much for your consideration. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to serve. And I'll stick around tonight if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woodruff, for your report and your thoughtful remarks. We have the applicant here as well, and it is typical process. We might go to the applicant first, but your comments also very welcome. And I believe Mr. Dickinson is here as the original applicant for this. Are you there, Mr. Dickinson?
Yes, I am, Chairman DeFerranti. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And please proceed. Look forward to hearing your comments as well.
Thank you all very much for addressing this component of the local historic district approval process. We are all very grateful for your time and consideration of this matter. Thank you also to Chairman DeFerranti and Member Carantonis for taking the time for the virtual tour of the Blenheim Home and Interpretive Center in Fairfax City last week. I hope that serves as an inspiring vision of what the February-Lothrop-Rouse estate could become, a world-class example of public space transformation and a serene and tranquil homage to Arlington's illustrious history, and a necessary and welcome balance to the massive growth and expansion to come in the Crystal City area. Even within the limits of 26 square miles, we can have both. Your approval tonight to authorize the advertisement of public hearings to consider local historic district designation is absolutely essential for the preservation of the property. As the county attorney recently stated, it is a race now as to which comes first, the approval of a demolition permit or your approval of the local historic district, which has been recommended by the HALRB, as we just heard, and is also supported by over 1,300 Arlington residents, the Arlington Historical Society, and the Alliance to Preserve the Civil War Defenses of Washington, D.C. I ask that you do everything possible to expedite the board approval process, while at the same time working through the county manager to delay or suspend the demolition permit process. This is to ensure that there is no further risk of damage to the historic February-Lothrop-Rouse estate. The Historic Affairs and Landmarks Review Board and county staff have determined that the property meets 8 of the 11 criteria for historic designation and that there is a substantial risk to the property being demolished. Therefore, speed of process is imperative. Please consider every option available to ensure the preservation of the historic February-Lothrop-Rouse estate for present and future Arlington residents. Please expedite the local historic district approval process by voting to authorize the advertisement of public hearings. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, for your comments. We will now hear from the owners. I believe either Mr. Simmons or Mr. Colucci is here. Mr. Simmons or Mr. Colucci?
Hi, this is Tom Colucci from law firm of Walsh, Colucci, Lubelai and Walsh, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property. Obviously, as has been made clear in the staff report, the owners are adamantly against this action and would request that the board stop this runaway freight train to nowhere. What has happened is obviously this was initiated by one individual who had no economic or other interest in the property, and staff sort of took the ball and ran with it. There's been a lot of things that have been rushed because of this, because the owner does have and is the desire of the owner to demolish these structures. The structures are not in good condition. Some of them are in unsafe condition. That is the owner's desire to demolish them. And I think there are some overriding policy issues that really haven't been considered. I mean, does the board want to put itself in a position where it tries to thwart an otherwise legal act of a property owner by using this process? The process, in many ways, devalues the property. It will devalue the property significantly. And the reason the owner has pursued a demolition permit is all buyers who they've talked to, or most buyers, are concerned about the effect of the overlay and then being able to develop the property in the manner in which they want. I think the property wants to be developed as it is permitted and as it is currently contemplated under the county's policy guidelines, the general land use plan, and its existing zoning. There has been no attempt to sell the property to a buyer who would want a much more intensive development. And it has always been the goal of the owner to sell the property to someone who would want to develop it as it is currently entitled. And I think in many ways this act would almost be a de facto taking. And when you're talking about designating not only the structures themselves, but a swath of the property that represents more than 80% of a very large parcel without any sort of compensation, I mean, that is a de facto taking. If the public wants to preserve this property or make it into a park or a school, the county certainly has the right of eminent domain. They can take the property if they'd like, or they could buy the property if they'd like, and use it for whatever purpose is deemed appropriate. But this is really extremely unfair to the landowner and really is a sort of impinging on the rights of the landowner. And incidentally, the property is the beneficiary of the owner of the property is a charitable trust. It's a charitable trust that is the beneficiary of which is Mr. Rouse's widow. And she is supported for the rest of her life from the proceeds of the sale as well as other things. And then the balance goes to charities. So all the money that would be generated from any sort of sale would benefit, would be for a charitable purpose. And I think the preservation here would, in effect, benefit very few and have a significant impact on the owner. I mean, it's not like people could go and access the property. I mean, you can see it from Wilson Boulevard, and most of the property and the buildings you can't even see from Wilson Boulevard. So it's not like the public would get a huge benefit from this. And so we therefore ask you to stop the runaway freight train and not authorize the advertisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colucci.
Thank you, Mr. Colucci.
We will now go to public comment. We have speakers on this issue, and Madam Clerk, would you call the first speaker?
Yes, our first speaker is Jane Green, followed by Tom. Oh, Mr. Dickinson has already spoken, so we'll go to Michelle Winters.
Ms. Green.
Great. Can you see my slide?
We will pull it up now. Oh my gosh, sorry.
Let me know when it's ready.
Just 1 minute, Ms. Green.
You can start, Ms. Green.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you've heard, the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board has outlined the historic nature of the February-Lothrop estate. One thing that is decidedly not historic about the property is its current R6 zoning. If the buildings are demolished, the property is only eligible to become detached single-family homes. This would be a failure of Arlington's affordable housing and equity goals. By preserving this property simply as open space is no better. This 9-acre property does not need to be a park. It is down the street from Upton Hill Regional Park, shown here in green. Although its immediate neighborhood to the north and east is single-family homes, across the street to the south and west, and most especially across the Arlington County line, which I've shown in purple, this area contains many different types of apartment buildings. The contrast of the county line shows that R6 zoning is a political choice, not an inevitability. But what could this site be if the zoning wasn't holding it back? What if redevelopment was an opportunity rather than a threat? If this property were for sale without exclusionary zoning, it could be a set of garden apartments like Buckingham or row houses like Clevewood. This would put lower cost housing opportunities in one of Arlington's most exclusive school boundaries. If you could go to the next slide. As you can see, this property in red would be in the zone for the McKinley School at the new Reed site, which currently has only 8% of students who are receiving free and reduced lunch. It's also close to some other desirable schools that have a lower percentage of students who are receiving free and reduced lunch. So this would help to integrate Arlington's public schools. The February-Lothrop estate is a rare opportunity for Arlington to encourage development that can advance our equity goals. I implore the board to prioritize land use changes on this site that can preserve historic elements while removing the shackles of exclusionary R6 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Our next speaker is Michelle Winters, followed by Patricia Fendikoglu.
Ms. Winters.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So my name is Michelle Winters. I'm with the Alliance for Housing Solutions, and I'm also a board member of the new Virginia Statewide Community Land Trust. I'm not here to argue against a historic designation. That's the purview of the county board and should be subject to any historic criteria that need to be met. However, I do want to strongly encourage the county board to ensure that regardless of the direction taken on the historic district, that the estate can be used in a manner that would help the county achieve its affordable housing master plan and its racial equity goals. This is a rare opportunity to live out what you profess about being a diverse and inclusive community, supporting housing affordability and racial equity while still meeting other community priorities. So I'm recommending that you take 2 specific actions as soon as possible. The county board should immediately prioritize the development of a new land use designation for the site that better reflects our affordable housing master plan goals and the mission of the county to be a diverse and inclusive community. The county should, second, the county should facilitate the purchase of the property by a nonprofit community organization, such as a community land trust, to help create and maintain long-term affordability benefiting the community. Given the size of the estate, a new plan for the site can include several compatible uses, perhaps some committed affordable multifamily, along with various missing middle housing types to provide home ownership for low and moderate income and middle income households in a walkable community setting. The site will also likely accommodate open space, green and biophilic design principles, and other things that meet the other county priorities. With regard to any homeownership unit, the community land trust, such as the one we recently created with the Habitat affiliates around the state, would be Habitat for Humanity affiliates across the state would be an ideal entity to help create and steward long-term affordability on the site. Unfortunately, this cannot be done with the current R6 zone. A more flexible plan that allows for smaller and more affordable units, such as what we describe as missing middle housing, would be needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winters.
No worries. Okay. Okay, our next speaker is Patricia Findikoglu, followed by Josiah Stevenson.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
As you consider the Fred Ray Lothrop property, I'd like for us to think about equity and vision. Think of the equity issues our county is struggling with. Think of our evolving understanding of the deeply embedded structural racism that impacts life in Arlington. Think about Arlington's racist housing history. Think about how past policy contributed to today's wealth gap between whites and people of color. Think about the segregated schools this housing legacy has left us. Think about how so few low-income people in Arlington can qualify to buy homes, even when the homes have been set aside specifically for them. Think about our never-ending discussions on Arlington's workforce's inability to live here. Think about reparations, wondering how amends could ever be made. Now, visualize that large piece of land at the corner of Wilson Boulevard and McKinley Street. Imagine planners designing a neighborhood using all the best practices. Picture a new community of mixed income, first-time homeowners, workforce housing, a place with green spaces, trees, native habitat, walkable to stores, bus lines already in place. We could have a land trust. You and others have spoken eloquently on your goals of equity. It's hard to achieve an equitable society. So as you make your decisions in this property, remember what a rare opportunity is before us, a real chance to take meaningful steps to a more equitable Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Findikoglu.
Our next speaker is Josiah Stevenson, followed by Audrey Clement.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thanks, County Board, for the time. I oppose the designation of the historic district on this parcel, and I'd associate myself with the comments from the last three speakers. A local historic district would make it more difficult to develop anything, whether a community land trust or single-family houses is currently zoned for under R6, or anything else that advances the community goals on this property. That would be sad. The proposed district sits between a commercial area, a nice multifamily part of the neighborhood south of Wilson, and frankly, overly uniform cluster of detached houses north of it. Creating some mix of those three uses in the midst of that convergence would help chip away at the what effectively is a wall of segregation along Wilson Boulevard that the zoning on the ground there creates. I have to wonder why the entire property is proposed for a historic district or designation instead of just a historic landmark for the structure itself or the immediate surroundings there. It reminds me of places where buffers like this property have been used throughout history to stop the spread of apartments and the kind of people who live in them into more affluent detached house neighborhoods. And that impact itself, from this site itself, might be small. This property is only zoned currently for a couple dozen houses as it is, and I think you should fix the zoning as well, but that's a different meeting. But it fits into a longstanding pattern in Arlington of using historic preservation to slow and stop development and creating the housing shortage that's pushing more and more young Arlingtonians out of town. This reckless preservationism on display here, and all too often throughout the last several decades in Arlington, what it amounts to is it sacrifices Arlington's future on an altar to the memory of the past. Instead of keeping Arlington as our great-grandparents left it, let's make room in our neighborhoods for our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I believe Mr. Dickinson, I don't know, I know that you spoke earlier, but given the minutes, I wanted to see if Mr. Dickinson, you had been anticipating that you would be able to speak and give you just the 2 minutes to speak if you like. Are you there, Mr. Dickinson?
Yes, I'm here, Chairman DeFerranti. Did you want me to repeat something?
No, if you covered everything, I just wanted to be thorough because we do have the 2, 3, and 5 minutes, and if you covered everything in your early presentation, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I did. I thank you very much for the opportunity but I'm finished what I needed to say. Thank you very much.
Sure thing. So we're on to the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Joan Lawrence.
Welcome, members of the board. Do you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. Here are excerpts from Suzanne Sundberg's comments on historic designation for the Rouse Estate. Quote, shifting responsibility for the house to a preservation group makes sense, as the county has demonstrated itself to be an indifferent and irresponsible steward of historic assets. I disagree that the focus of the property's historic value should be on Audrey Meadows. It's not her and Howard Hughes's connection to the 1907 house, historic in its own right, is irrelevant, but the actual historic value lies in the house's Civil War era bones. Simply because a subsequent addition covers those bones and we can't see them doesn't reduce their historic value. The fact that quite a few people in Arlington, elected or otherwise, lack the education and knowledge to appreciate and understand the inherent value of the estate doesn't automatically make it any less valuable. Then there is the fact that the February Lothrop Rouse Estate is enshrined in the Arlington County Public Spaces Master Plan, adopted by the County Board in April of 2019, which clearly identifies the property as a generational opportunity for acquisition. So acquisition of the property is consistent with the county's own planning documents. As for the cost, it's no secret there are unallotted or readily reallocatable one-time funds sitting in the county's growing general fund balance, should the county board choose to use them. In short, Arlington has very little history of significance remaining. Plenty of cities and towns across Virginia work very hard to prevent their history, frequently in private hands, from being bulldozed. One has to wonder about a community that is so totally ignorant of or hostile to its own history, end of quote. And I would like to add a couple of observations. First of all, the notion that property in this county is off limits to people of color because of historic preservation is simply not true. The reason why so many properties are unavailable to people of color is because increasing land values make these properties prohibitively expensive. As for the county's commitment to preservation, it's virtually nil. A few years ago, when the county gladly decided to demolish one of 2 historic school buildings in Roslyn to make way for massive redevelopment, I pointed out the fact that Donald Trump himself has more appreciation of our nation's architectural history than anyone in this county, having preserved in great detail the historic U.S. Postal Pavilion on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you, Ms. Clement.
Our next speaker is Joan Lawrence, followed by Susan English.
Ms. Lawrence.
Good evening, Chair DeFerranti and members of the board. I'm a member and past chairman of the HLRB, and I'm speaking tonight both as a member of the HLRB and also as a resident of one of Arlington's local historic districts in Maywood. I've appeared before this board on many occasions as an advocate for preserving Arlington's historic buildings and places. You have an opportunity to preserve for future generations a unique and distinctive part of Arlington's history by designating ultimately the February-Lothrop Estate as a historic district. Contrary to what's been represented by previous speakers, historic designation does not reduce property values. You can that has been borne out by survey after survey and study after study throughout the country. The Fabry-Lothrop estate is an imposing presence on an incredible expanse of open land that's rare in Arlington. And as has been noted, there are not many intact 19th century houses which are on this particular property. Many of them are. And they date back to 1855, 1898. The buildings are historically significant. The people who lived in them, many of them were historically significant, especially the early ones. And the contributions to Arlington's history will be confirmed by an archaeological study of what might be there from before this time period. It's mentioned that this property met 8 of the 11 criteria for local historic district designation. And all of the time I've been on the HLRB, it's extremely rare for a property to be considered for historic designation to meet so many criteria. And it's likely once that further study is undertaken that there may be even more of the criteria that are met. Some of the highlights of these are the eligibility for inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places, distinctive architecture not common in Arlington, and a notable architect, the possibility to yield some important information about Arlington's prehistory. But this valuable Arlington resource is in danger of being destroyed, which would be a tragedy. Is replacing the open space and buildings of the historic Fabry-Lothrop House with yet another plethora of single-family houses built to the maximum footprint with likely sale prices well exceeding $1 million, consistent with policy? Housing policy. I was on the Affordable Master Plan, Housing Master Plan, and I cannot believe that such a use of the property is consistent with the kind of housing that we want in Arlington today. And I would urge you that historic preservation and affordable housing are certainly compatible goals and can be achieved on this site. But in view of the threatened demolition here, it's imperative that the county take all action it can to expedite historic designation and to keep this property intact so that this future generations of Arlingtonians will have this particular bit of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Jim Hurris.
Ms. English.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm an Arlington resident since 1982 and part of a housing advocacy group in South Arlington. I strongly endorse the points made by Michelle Winters, Jane Green, Pat Vindicalu, and Josiah Stevenson. This 9-acre property is a rare opportunity to do 4 things at once. Demonstrate real commitment to the county's affordable master plan goals, demonstrate equal commitment to the county's racial equity goals, partner with Habitat for Humanity's Northern Virginia Community Land Trust, demonstrating that even with our very pricey land, we can do more than pay lip service to our goals. If the money to purchase the property can be found, a tall order, this is the perfect site to show how good planning, thoughtful architecture, together with good open space design, a mix of incomes and housing types, and a mix of rental and ownership can all be embraced by the surrounding communities. Done well, it is a site that could be a valuable teaching tool for our county's well-documented history of embracing slavery and unwillingly hosting federal troops, while continuing to this day some exclusionary and racist zoning practices. Half my family roots are in the Deep South, and I believe in meaningful change. This property should be reglupped on a fast track, and a new land use designation would be a great way to help with that. Very smart land lawyers and planners can sharpen their keyboards now. If our goal is building more inclusive housing, which helps all of us to build a stronger community, then that should include doing it so the surrounding neighborhoods will also feel part of what this particular 9 acres should become. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. English.
Our next speaker is Jim Hurris, followed by Brian Hannigan.
Mr. Hurris. Are you there, Mr. Hurris?
Mr. Hurst, *6 to unmute.
Mr. Hurst?
He's coming.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Hurst.
Okay. I have to totally disagree with the last speakers who, many of whom Arlington for Housing Solutions live in detached single-family homes, very, very upscale, who call anyone who lives in a detached single-family home racist. This is outrageous. Should not be allowed. I've attended Arlington County Board meetings for many years, in person and now virtually. After 40 years of one-party government in Arlington County, we have long ago reached the point where adherence to the new urbanism ideology, growth for the sake of growth, have imposed their elitist agenda on county residents. And they completely control the Arlington County planning, development, zoning, and redevelopment organizations. New urbanism seeks to infill, gentrify, redevelop Arlington suburban neighborhoods as urban renewal, massively gentrified workforce and middle-class neighborhoods 60 years ago. These new urbanists don't even want to live here, and most of them don't. What is Arlington County Board's favored new urbanist agenda? Favoring real estate trusts, developers, law firms, for-profits, and nonprofits, which continually demand more in the way of corporate and nonprofit welfare from county government. And nothing given back. Nothing given back. Nothing ever given back. So all I can refer you to is the Green Spring garden repurposing of an estate 50 years ago to benefit Fairfax County residents. I urge you to go to the Green Springs Garden.
Thank you. Thank you.
Site and see what we can do to make Arlington's.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Thank you.
The state more.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
With our future uses.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. We appreciate your comments. Your time has come. We'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Hurst.
Our next speaker is Brian Hannigan. Our next and final speaker is Brian Hannigan.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I guess I need to say, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Hannigan.
Very good. As some of you know, my name is Brian Hannigan. I am the president of the Dominion Hills Civic Association, and that is a position I've held off and on several times over the past 35 years. We bought our home here in Dominion Hills in 1983, and for most of the time since then, I have viewed the Febrey-Lothrop estate with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Awe at the fact that this lovely and historic property had thus far been preserved, and apprehension at what might follow. You have before you, I believe, a copy of the resolution enacted by the Dominion Hills Civic Association last September. The most significant portions are these. In 2004, Our neighborhood conservation plan highlighted the neighborhood's concern about the future of the property and stated that if it were to become available for purchase, the neighborhood would encourage Arlington County or the Northern Virginia Regional Park Authority to buy it as additional parkland. The plan continued to state that in the event that development were to occur, Arlington County should ensure that such development would be as consistent as possible with the rest of Dominion Hills residential properties, all of which are zoned R6. Subsequently, I and others repeatedly contacted various county officials, including the county manager, and I think 3 of the 5 of you over the years, in an attempt to heighten awareness of this valuable resource. Therefore, we were greatly relieved 2 years ago when the Rouse property was included in the Public Spaces Master Plan as one of only a few generational and unique opportunities, which went on to explain that, quote, the intent for potentially acquiring these properties is to expand the county's public park system and to protect these spaces from redevelopment. Typically, if the property is not acquired at the point of availability, it would likely redevelop and never again be a viable opportunity. How prophetic those words were. I believe it is reasonable to expect that some contingency planning would have been undertaken to potentially acquire this property around that time, particularly in light of the fact that Mr. Rouse had passed away just 2 years prior to that point at the age of 100. But sadly, it appears that no such planning did take place. And in fact, as revealed in the FOIA record of events, when members of the public brought the potential sale and development of the property to the county's attention, you were completely unprepared, with the staff even misidentifying the property in question at one point in a report to the county manager. I should also add that I contacted Paul Gilbert at Nova Parks during this period as well, and his response was similar to the county's public statements at that point. We don't have the money. So here we are, another piece of history about to be lost. Very sad. It did not have to happen this way. I think I probably have a little bit of time remaining, so I just want to say that on behalf of my neighborhood, we do not consider ourselves racist. We support affordable housing. We do not believe that this is the appropriate site for it. We continue to hope the county can scrape up the money and acquire the property and preserve it as parkland. Finally, I would say, as a historical note, some of you may be aware, 20 years ago, I was the communications director for the Virginia Baseball Stadium Authority. And some of you may be aware, we wanted to put a baseball stadium in Pentagon City. What you may not be aware is that the place where we wanted to put it is now the site of the new Amazon Helix to be. So I guess it didn't turn out so badly after all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hannigan, for your comments. I believe there are no other public speakers on this item, and the conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, as we try to organize our discussion this evening, a couple of categories of questions kind of occur to me that have come up. I think there's some discussion of the criteria for designation as a historical overlay district. There may be some questions directly on the history that we've seen in the staff report. We've heard discussion of land use and housing issues that have come up. There could be questions in that area. And then I know we'll have questions about the process going forward, if designated, and the process, what would occur after that. So those are a few categories. Are there other categories of questions that you wanted to focus on? Or shall we start go ahead, Ms. Garvey. I think you're on mute.
So sorry. Thank you. I think I'll just ask a question of Mr. McIsaac, if I might, which is, I mean, it was interesting, and I know a lot of people are talking about housing and rezoning and gulfing and all that, but I think what's before us tonight, is there any intersection with that reglupping or rezoning, or I think we're just doing a historic designation overlay district now, and those are questions that might come up later, but not now. Is that correct? My assumption on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ms. Garvey, I think you're exactly correct. They are two separate processes. You can proceed with your consideration of the designation of some or all of the site, and then as a later matter, you can consider changes to the land use plan and zoning that would allow some use of the property beyond how it's currently used. As you know, private use of historically designated properties are not mutually exclusive things. You can continue to use the property, in accordance with its development potential, provided it harmonizes with whatever historic designation has been made.
Okay, but those decisions are again down there. First, you have to decide if we're going to designate or not. Just want to be clear. Thank you. That's all for now, Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. On a similar note, I know we've got a couple of folks, perhaps Mr. Williamson, the head of CPHD, or others, not necessarily from our housing department, but at least from planning. I wondered if we could get some insight into a question raised by quite a few speakers, which is the interest in seeing this property become affordable housing or become in part affordable housing. I'm reflecting on the fact that in my time on the board, at least, I've seen relatively few examples of an historic designation harmonizing with affordable housing. The one example I can think of maybe is the Clarendon or the Central United Methodist Church at Ballston, which carries an historic designation on part of a cemetery, I believe, and yet that project hasn't been built yet for lack of funding. And so I wondered, if there was more that could be shared about the relationship between an historic designation like the one we're considering an advertisement for tonight and the likelihood of achieving committed affordable housing on a site, even if the zoning is in place. To put a finer point on that question, does an historic designation make a property harder or more straightforward to develop into affordable housing?
Mr. Williamson, I think, or Mr. Manager?
Yeah, Mr. Williamson is not here to. Oh, there he is.
Well, I am here. Hello. Good evening, County Board. Those were lots of questions, I think, directed my way.
Relationship between historic designation and affordable housing. More likely, less likely? How do they relate to one another?
Well, I think it depends on the situation. Like, I believe in this situation, it's a single family house. It's zoned R6. It's planned for low residential. And if it's designated, there obviously will be some preservation guidelines associated with it. If you wanted to do something related to affordable housing, you might want to consider changes to the underlying zoning to do so. And so that would require some sort of planning process to determine what the appropriate zone would be for that.
And I'd associate myself with Ms. Garvey and being really interested in, at a later date, right, pursuing that. So it's sort of hard to tell then, if I could maybe paraphrase or apply what you were just saying, given the current state, which is R6 zoning developed with one single family house, because so much would have to change about the underlying zoning and even the general land use plan designation in order to facilitate affordable housing, it's sort of hard to comment on how an historic designation at this juncture would interface with the future use under those circumstances. Is that right?
I think so. I think it would be hard to comment right now, but Cynthia Lachaise-Torres might have additional information that might be helpful, or some experience that she might be aware of that might inform this a little bit more.
Thank you, Claude. My initial reaction to that would be, I don't think. Let me restate. I think that both priorities could coexist together. Just because a particular site, whether it's a modest residential lot or a site as large as this, over 9 acres, despite the size, they're creating a local district overlay does not freeze a property in a moment of time. The beauty of working with property owners to develop design guidelines is done as part of a process to really make sure those design guidelines focus on the characteristics of that particular site and the important elements to be preserved. So that all said, if there is an overlay in place and there are design guidelines that govern that overlay, that doesn't mean that changes in redevelopment can happen. It just means there's additional process associated with those changes. And for example, if there was a smaller overlay boundary considered for this site, for example, then that would allow more opportunity for redevelopment, new types of housing, R6 housing, whatever it might be, and restricting some of the historic preservation considerations to a smaller area. So I think it's fair to say that the two can exist. One, preservation doesn't mean that development can't happen. It's just additional steps, it's additional process. It sometimes requires a little bit more creativity.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Sure.
Poor Mr. Williamson probably wanted to go enjoy his dinner, and yet I'm going to bother him one more time, which is to say, I think that the clear thing I've heard from both of you is trying to get from where we are with the current zoning of the property to the vision, frankly, spelled out by a couple of our neighbors in comments, requires a pretty significant replanning process. Could you comment at all about what the prospects are within the planning work plan for being able to accommodate such a process? I
think you might know the answer to this question, but our work plan is quite full. And if there was a desire or a wish of the board to have planning staff look at this a little bit more closely, we would have to go back to our work plan and reprioritize accordingly.
Okay, thank you for that insight. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I just to follow up, I don't know if this is for Mr. Williamson or maybe Mr. McIsaac. The minimum timeline to do something like that, to rezone in this case, I just think it's important to, we'd be talking months. You'd have to do an RTA to rezone and then a request to advertise to rezone and then actually hold the hearing. And I guess maybe I'll start with Mr. McIsaac. The minimum amount of time in which you could do that legally, it's hard to even estimate, but it would be certainly more than 30 days, I would believe. But I don't know if you can speak to that, Mr. McIsaac.
Well, I mean, under state law, rezonings have to be considered within a year. But I mean, certainly if the board is controlling that process, they can move it more quickly. But it does take, months of, public hearing before the Planning Commission and the board. But what I think is more important is that what will have to occur before you consider any rezoning of the property is a planning study to see, how the comp plan, whether the comp plan would currently tolerate or accommodate some other higher density zoning, and if not, what would be an appropriate planning category to replan the area for. And those are typically a much more intensive process. It takes a lot of staff resources, and I would say a year would not be an unrealistic time frame at a minimum to accomplish that.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. I just want to make sure everyone has that background, both with respect to the law and then the amount of time, speaking to CPHD and Mr. Williamson's team, how long it would take to achieve that. So, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to preface that, though, and follow up in this conversation, a rezoning of the property, a revisioning of the property, a replanning of the property is also connected to significantly increased value of the property. So this is a well documented benefit from that. But this is not what we are discussing today. What we are discussing today is whether the property fulfills the criteria for this request to agree to advertise a historic overlay district. It is very encouraging to hear that our community is thinking ahead and thinks how historic preservation can actually be compatible with the additional value of affordable housing, of an appropriate use of the property, and I would add to that context sensitive. If there is a historic context, and apparently there is one, this will be always a context sensitive development. So my question is to Ms. Torres, to Ms. Ilkesa Torres. So she listed 8 criteria that this property fulfills. What is the gist? Why is it the recommendation of staff and the county manager to advertise this district in its expansion as proposed?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for the question. I do have Lauren Ferris, who is one of our preservation planners within the preservation program, joining us this evening. On our team, as we were preparing for the January HLRB meeting last month, she was the one who really started to dive into the historical records that we had access to. And she was the one that began the careful analysis of the criteria. We do have a few slides that I think will talk about some of the historical highlights of the property. I think that gets a little bit at your question, Mr. Karantonis. And we also can do a little bit deeper dive in terms of some of our initial analysis around the specific designation criteria. So if you bear with me 1 second, I'm going to pull the slides open again and ask Lauren to step in here for just a minute and talk through some of these historical highlights for us.
Ms. Ferris.
Good evening. I have to do it this way. In this view, can you see the screen or see my slide? Okay.
We can. Maybe you're gonna help with the slides, and Ms. Ferris will walk us through them.
Yes. Team effort. Good evening. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the preliminary historical research that we've done on the property. Again, this is not extensive. It's not kind of our usual amount of research that we tend to do. But since we're on such a fast track, we were able to pull some of this general information to tell you about the significance of the property. The original residence of the property dates from circa 1855 and later was expanded in 1898 and 1907 with the existing colonial revival design house that you know of today. The land area associated with the property during the mid-19th century was more than 200 acres, and today it contains about 9.5 acres. The original owners were members of the Fabry family who farmed commercial grains with the use of enslaved labor in Arlington County. John Fabry made improvements to the property following his marriage in 1855 to Mary Frances Ball, who was also from a prominent family, the Ball-Shreve family. John Fabry was a real estate broker. He was a wealthy farmer, and he served as school superintendent into the 1890s. So when we were looking at the evaluation of the property, we were looking at significant people who were associated with the property. And so someone like John Fabry, as well as Mary Frances Ball, were from prominent Arlington County families. And so that is one of the reasons why we came down with that in our evaluation. Throughout the Civil War, the Fabry property was most notably used as a signal station by the Confederate Army, and the Union Army used it as a hospital. For the next slide, some of our highlights are that in 1898, the property was acquired by Alvin Lothrop, who was a co-founder of the Woodward and Lothrop department store. Most people remember it as Woody's. Lothrop hired notable Washington, D.C. architect Victor Mindeleff for the 1898 expansion of the main house and some of the supporting buildings. And Alvin Lothrop is another person who is notable to the property, who is associated with it. It also gives an example of how what was once an agricultural purpose property, farm property, now is transitioning into a summer estate. The high style detailing of the buildings is really uncommon for the county, especially its form, scale, and design, as well as with the Washington, D.C. architect, Victor Mindeleff. This is really the only known example of his work in the county or possibly in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In the late 1940s, the Lothrop-Luttrell family subdivided the property to allow for the development of Dominion Hills. And then they ended up owning and leasing the property until 1951, when it was then sold to Randolph Rouse, who was a Northern Virginia real estate developer who was most well known for his development of Seven Corners. But he purchased it in 1951, and along with the main house, there's several other outbuildings on the property. With the designation criteria that we have with Arlington County and the zoning, we have 11 categories that we look at. And based on the materials that we had pulled together quickly, I made a quick determination that at least 8 out of those 11 apply to the property. And as Joan Lawrence had mentioned in her public comment, when we are able to gain access to the property, there is a potential that some of those evaluation could be expanded, possibly to 2 more, which would mean it could be as much as 10 out of 11, which is substantial. So those are some kind of our general notes. And if there's any questions about some of those, I might be able to dive in a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. Mr. Karantonis, did you have a follow-up? That was very helpful. Just to, go ahead.
Indeed. Mr. DeFranti, my only follow-up on this is that it is my understanding that our staff has not been allowed on the property to even document the building inside and outside and do any other type of survey on the extensive grounds. So do I understand it correctly that what the designations are based on existing accessible research, but that staff would expect this to harden as a narrative as we go, previous to further consideration later by the Planning Commission and when the district will be again brought before the county board for final decision?
I think I can respond to that, Mr. Karantonis. Another really good question. Staff has been in communication with the representative of the trustees of the owners since we received the request earlier last year, and especially since the HLRB preliminary hearing, and when we were given the direction by the HLRB to pursue the research and analysis of the buildings. I will say that the owners have been receptive to hosting us to come out and tour the property and take pictures and walk around. But that has not been, the date for that has not been confirmed. So we do not yet have that on our schedule. I'm hopeful that we can continue to work with the owners to allow us access to do that. I'll follow up by saying, if for some reason we are not able to access the site and document as we prepare additional documentation for the county board's consideration, it will be a little more challenging to do our analysis solely based on historic records. It's very unusual for us not to be able to see the property for ourselves, to be able to walk the site and really kind of study and analyze changes and materials and things like that. That all said, it would be more challenging to complete analysis. We could still do it. It just would not be as complete as we normally would be able to accomplish if we had access to the property.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I believe Mr. Dorsey had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess this question is for Ms. Ferris or Ms. Lechese Torres, whomever would like to answer it. It's regarding actually determination K on the slide that you were just presenting. What determines, or what's the assessment that goes into whether a site is suitable for preservation or restoration? Is that based on an economic analysis or purely a historical value analysis? And if it's the latter, what are some of the considerations that go into that determination?
I'm happy to take that, Cynthia. I think that what it comes down to is for that evaluation, it's more of understanding what's the integrity of the property. I kept thinking about this question because I felt that would come up. it's much easier for us to make a determination if a property is appropriate for preservation based on its integrity. So when we look at a building, we determine, if you look at one house, if a house maybe has had its windows replaced, its doors replaced, it has a new roof with a different form, if it has additions to it, if there's a porch wrapped around it, the chances are you're probably not going to know that that's a historic property. And therefore, it would not be deemed appropriate for preservation, for restoration. Now, with this property, based just from the public right-of-way and the current photographs that we've received from the designation request, from what I can tell, the property still has much of its 1898 and 1907 components to it. We do know that a rear L of the building possibly was from the original 1855 building. And based on just some general maintenance issues that might be happening, such as maybe a broken window or shingles falling down, maybe some water infiltration, there could be some things that would possibly prevent it from being appropriate for preservation. But based on what we're able to see from the public right-of-way, we don't think that that is an issue. But you are correct. There would be some other things that we may not be able to see, such as a structural analysis, foundation analysis. We don't know the state of the roof. We don't know if there's been much water damage or whatnot. So those types of things would give us more information to make that type of evaluation.
Okay, so it's just based on the eye test of what you see without any really determination or judgment about whether it would be cost effective, desirable, feasible. It's just eye test tells me that this could reasonably be preserved.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is probably for Ms. Lecheze Torres. So I know you very much care as you're going about spearheading the update to the historic resources, master plan, or that master planning effort about how to integrate equity considerations into that work. How would we use what you know already to determine whether there would be beneficiaries or people burdened by our pursuing historic designation beyond the existing property owner who is already self-identified as someone who would be burdened?
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for that question. I think something that's important to realize here is because this particular property has been in the county since the mid-19th century, there is decades worth of county history that are captured here within this estate. And I think a lot of the background information that we've started to pull from and research, and Ms. Ferris highlighted for you just a few minutes ago, focuses a lot on the prominence of the Caucasian history that is associated with this site, with the Civil War, with the landowners, etc. And I think as part of our job as historians and researchers and preservationists, we are beholden to being able to tell fuller stories beyond that what is commonly known. And so I think this is a good example of a property where if we were able to do very thorough research, we could possibly make some connections to enslaved people's history who may have been affiliated with the Febri family, whether or not they were living on this particular property. I can't say that with certainty now, but we do know that members of the family in the 19th century did use enslaved labor. So I think being able to dive a bit deeper into that history within the county, we would then be able to supplement some of the history of this site.
Okay. I'll yield for round two. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Lecheze Torres for your answer there, your thorough answer. My question is actually for you regarding the process. I don't know if there's a typical process, but we've just designated a property this past Saturday, a final designation, and it was pretty extensive. And I wanted you to see if you could kind of describe. You mentioned that the property, in that case, the owner provided access and worked with you, I think, over a couple of years. But can you talk a little bit about the process of doing the research that you've been describing tonight? And that takes some time. And I know that perhaps there's no typical process, but there's the work that you did this past Saturday and the work that you've done on other items. What's involved? What would be there's some timing questions, and what would you need to do between now and the hearing so that we would be in a position to make a final decision?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. I think it's definitely a relevant question given the action that the board took just a few days ago. And the historic district that you are referring to is that for the Mount Salvation Baptist Cemetery in Halls Hill, Highview Park. And that particular process was a little bit different than the one that we find ourselves in now. That process, yes, it began several years ago, but it was a very proactive process from the very beginning because the trustees of the affiliated church were the ones that contacted us, asking us to help them protect the property and do this designation with them. So we had their support from the very beginning, and that was very instrumental. The other main difference with that property, and another reason why that one took so long to designate, is the church did not really have a full set of burial records. They did not have a lot of information about the history of the cemetery. They had information on the history of the church itself, but not so much on the development of the cemetery nor the people who were buried there. So a lot of our time was spent doing a lot of primary research. We were looking at obituaries, birth certificates, death certificates, reading through marriage records, newspaper articles. And so to be able to tell the full history of that site, we needed to be able to highlight the individuals who were buried there. And so doing that extensive genealogical type research is basically what it came to, was a very lengthy process. And we had the support of the trustees that entire time. We worked with the parishioners. We sought out information about the cemetery itself. And we also were just able to work very closely with the property owners. Now, as a point of comparison, this process thus far for the Febres-Lothrop property has been a little bit different. It's been more of a reactive than a proactive process. And this is the first time in my career with the county working on a local designation request simultaneously with demolition permits. So that is an added pressure that is not typical. And in comparison to the research assignment, as has been stated by various staff and others already on this call this evening, there is a lot already known about this particular property. There's lots that has been written. There are photographs. There are extensive, there's 19th century Civil War records. There's a whole range of untapped resources and resources that are easily accessible. So the challenge we have now is being able to prioritize the information that we do have access to, being able to pull the most pertinent and important significance pieces of that history to convey to you. And I think that is a main difference. If we had all the time in the world, which I don't think we have necessarily in this particular case, I think we would be able to do original new research even. But with the time constraints that we have, I think the best we will be able to offer would be to synthesize what's known already about the property and then be able to present that to you to help you better understand the history of the site.
Thank you very much. That's helpful, both the differences and what you already are aware of in this case of the property, and also the amount of work that clearly goes into the process that you would need to pursue. So I think it was Mr. Dorsey and then Ms. Crystal.
I would be happy to yield with Ms. Crystal since I was going to wait for round two, so I'm happy to wait my turn.
So everyone, so polite. Ms. Crystal.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think I hear two things there from Ms. Lisa Torres, which I appreciate. Certainly time, but also the willingness of the property owner being a huge distinction. And so I just wanted to see if we could tease out some of the understanding about what this designation means with a property owner, and we heard from his representative or their representative, Mr. Colucci, tonight about their firm opposition to the historic designation. You know, I think there's maybe some conception in the community about what the historic designation might do, and I think I just want to clarify what it does and what it doesn't do, right? So probably most obviously, it doesn't turn this property into a museum for public use. It would still be privately owned, right? Unless the county wanted to entertain purchasing it, which I don't think my colleagues, or I'll speak at least for myself, I'm interested in doing at this point. And my understanding, and I'd like to ask our attorney, Mr. McIsaac, to speak to this, that a designation is not in perpetuity either. So, Mr. McIsaac, can you talk to us about what would happen if we were to proceed with this historic designation and neither the property owner wished to restore or go forward with the property under that preservation, nor could they find a willing buyer interested in being the kind of caretaker of this property that I think many in the community are envisioning?
Sure, Mr. Chair and Ms. Crystal. As you can understand this, the historic designation essentially creates a zoning overlay over the property, which enables it to continue to be used consistent with its planning and zoning, subject to the historic designation requirements. And as I think you typically will understand that there is a need to obtain a certificate of appropriateness basically whenever you're going to modify or affect the historic property in any way. And that's a process before the HLRB. So you can go on to use the property as long as you maintain its historic character by preserving it and obtaining certificates of appropriateness whenever you want to do something to it. Now, not every private owner is going to want to do that. And they can come to the HLRB first and subsequently to the county board and request permission to demolish the historic structure. They simply say they don't want to maintain it anymore. They want to use the property for other purposes, and they want to demolish whatever has been designated as historic. If the board, the HLRB and the county board both deny that, then the landowner can engage in a process where they market the property for its fair market value. It has to be a bona fide effort to find a purchaser. And the way the ordinance is structured, that depends on the length of time that marketing has to occur is dependent on the value of the property. In this case, a 1 year period, which is the maximum that's required, is required for this marketing effort. And if at the end of that marketing effort, the owner is unable to find a buyer who's willing to basically own the property and conform it, and maintain it in accordance with the historic designation, then the original owner gets to then demolish this historic structure and remove it. It basically eliminates the overlay. So that's how that process works. And as you said, it may be that if there isn't any private owner that's willing to acquire the property, then it may fall to the county as sort of the last resort to maintain the historic character.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIsaac. I appreciate that. And I think it helps me understand that an action, should we advertise and then ultimately entertain one, is maybe about forestalling that eventuality rather than avoiding it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal and Mr. McIsaac, for that. That's helpful. Now we'll go to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back to staff. Have we been able to determine from the documentary resources that we have available to us how much of the 19th century history or the Civil War history it took place on the extant estate? So I know this was a lot bigger then. Do we know that certain things were in place or happen on what remains today, or is that something that we need access to further explore?
I'm happy to answer that question. So based on, there's a lot of different back and forth with what actually happened on this property or around the mid-19th century section of the house. And I actually wanted to, I worked closely with somebody in our Department of Parks and Recreation, a colleague of mine, John McNair. He's the park historian at Fort C.F. Smith. And so I think that he is an expert in this. And I asked him to kind of go through a lot of the resources that we could get access to online to understand what really did happen here. And it's all preliminary again. There's, based on a lot of interest from the public, we've received a lot of new information that we're still kind of going through to understand exactly what did happen here. But with any house around this area that survived the Civil War, it would have frequently seen daily activity from Confederate and Union troops. We do know that the house was used for multiple purposes. We know that the Confederates used it as a signaling station. We know that it was used as a hospital. We also know that although it wasn't an actual fort, we know that a lot of things that would have been done at encampments were here, where there would have been soldiers would have been writing letters. There would have been soldiers living there, leaving things behind. There would have been just a lot of daily activity. We also know that we have a lot of materials that show possible drawings of the house. However, we can't really confirm it because the tricky thing about this property is the original mid-19th century owner, John Febrey, he had two other brothers, and he had a dad who lived a long time, and they all owned property around this farm. And so if you're looking at maybe a Civil War letter, Civil War era letter, they may say something like, we were encamped at the Febrey house. Well, which brother was it? We can't really confirm that right now with the materials that we do have. However, it seems that there's not only research that has already been done, but there's also different perspectives that we can receive with how we just currently look at history today. And not just about Civil War troop movement, but also who also lived on the property, not just the Febrey family owners, but based on some of the general research we've looked at, we had mentioned that they really made their living by having enslaved labor. And we do know that the Febrey family did own about 8 slaves, and that some of the sons rented out enslaved labor. And just on the research that I did one afternoon, discovered that there was the Febrey family owned a 10-year-old girl who was considered a fugitive, now in D.C., then in D.C. in 1860, and was owned by Nicholas Febrey, the father who had the 3 sons, my 3 sons. And so even just putting that identity of a person and getting that story is going to be all new perspectives that we could have with this property. That's not just Civil War troop movement, but as well as people who were affected by what the Civil War was about, which was enslaved people wanting to be freed. So anyways.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris.
Yeah.
Thank you. Certainly I see your hand, Mr. Karantonis. I really appreciate there's a lot of history to consider, and I also appreciate the process questions so we understand where we are. I think it's very important to remember that we're on the request to advertise for a historic designation, as you pointed out so well, Mr. Karantonis. So I think we can move towards a motion soon, but I want to hear your question and if others have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to prolong this conversation without just shedding a little bit of light in one thing that I don't understand very well. So, and it has to do with the perception of a burden for the owner or a future owner of this property. I believe in staff's presentation, I heard that, and I read in the report that there is a reasonable expectation that archaeological findings may be possible, maybe probable, in the larger property, because we know that it was a encampment, a camp during the Civil War, and we just heard from Mrs. Harris that there were various uses of this property. So what happens if somebody develops such a place, no historic district on top of that, nothing, and all of a sudden during excavation, during works for a foundation, for example, they find findings? What happens then? Does this mean that the works have to come to standstill and archaeological surveys done, or what exactly would happen?
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for that question. The short answer is there would not be a requirement to have the owners conduct archaeology. If the owners were willing and open to that, I think our historic preservation team could definitely be a resource to an effort like that, to help them get connected to best practices, different methodologies for recording and retrieving artifacts. But there would not be a requirement that an archaeological dig would have to occur as part of any redevelopment of the site. I think the one exception to that, however, would be if the types of artifacts being discovered were not material artifacts, but were human artifacts. That is a whole other process. That is a whole other set of state statutes that apply, and close coordination with the Virginia Historic Preservation Office, the State Preservation Office down in Richmond, would need to be consulted, and there's a whole other set of process that would happen. I'm only stating that we have no proof of any of that, but that's just the only thing that would really be triggered in terms of archaeology is if there were human remains. Other than that, we cannot require this owner or any future owner to conduct archaeological work.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So appreciate that question sheds a little more light. So at this stage, I'll entertain a motion. If there are motions ready, we can certainly discuss further. But Ms. Crystal.
I'm going to move the manager's recommendation that we adopt the resolution to authorize the advertisement of public hearings by the Planning Commission on April 5th of this year and by us, the County Board, on April 17th of this year, to consider adoption of an ordinance as recommended by the HLRB, which would designate a portion of the estate at 6407 Wilson Boulevard, shown on attachment B of the staff report, which is entitled the HALRB Recommended Boundary for the Febres-Lothrop Estate Local Historic District, as in a local historic district without the adoption of historic district design guidelines at this time due to the risk of damage or destruction of the historic resources.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Would you like to speak to your motion, Ms. Crystal? And certainly, colleagues, if you have concluding thoughts, use the hand function if you can.
Yeah, I think of a request to advertise as a willingness to hear more from our expert staff, to hear more from the community. And I think that's how I'd characterize my position on this at this time. I think this clearly throws some deeply competing values into focus in our community. And I would appreciate the opportunity to give our historic preservation program staff the opportunity to dig in here a little more. I think some of those comments we heard just in passing about the history, not of the glamorous Arlingtonians that has been well documented, but actually of the Arlingtonians who were whose enslaved labor perhaps was contributed to the building of this property, or enrichment of the owners of its property. I'd like to hear more about that. I respect the positions of the property owner as described compellingly by their attorney tonight, that they would like to see this go no further. I hope that there can be some conversation. I also hope, and I'll say this just in closing, one of the tools that we have for shaping the redevelopment of property, whether that is redevelopment that preserves values like historic property or historic elements or open space, or whether that is redevelopment that is in pursuit of our county goals of housing, our tools are not just the very blunt instrument of historic preservation, which is not designed to do any of those things except for historic preservation, but our tools to actually incent and realize affordable housing, preservation of open space, et cetera, are our zoning ordinance and our general land use plan. And so I would hope that there might be some interest on the part of the property owners to look to a partnership with the county, as Mr. Carantonis noted early in his comments. Such a rezoning or rethinking of the general land use plan categories could create a tremendous amount of value. And so I hope that there may be more room for conversation about a re-envisioning of this entire area beyond just the historic preservation designation that will be before us if this motion is successful in the month of April. So a host of related thoughts, and I know I'm cognizant we've already spent, and I've contributed to spending a lot more time on this than we generally do in RTA, but I'll end where I began in these remarks and note that if an RTA is a willingness to hear more, I have made this motion because I am willing to hear more in April.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Dorsey, and then Ms. Garvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll associate myself with the reasons why Ms. Crystal is interested in having this move forward, and not least of which I'd like to hear from our Planning Commission on this, remembering that this is a zoning district overlay, and I really would like to get their good counsel and considered guidance as we consider this. And I'll just note, this is more of a lamentation than anything else, but this tool, and I think we've heard from our conversation tonight, our staff does really great work in actually marrying the whole ideas of understanding our history and making it somehow relevant and meaningful for people who are living here today. Yet this tool that is being sought is often deployed for reasons other than that. And I just think that we have to figure out how we work to ensure that the purity of historic preservation remains for its intended purposes and not for people who may be interested in other means through which they see this as a useful tool. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm open to the conversation when this comes back in April.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Oh, thank you. Well, this has been fascinating, and not just tonight, all the way along, all of the information people have brought forward. And I'm looking at it. The question before us is, should this particular site have historic designation? And we've gotten a lot of information, which all indicates to me, yeah, probably. And I'd really like to get some more information about it. And that has nothing to do with housing. And I hear that the owner is asking us not to do that. But that's not, those shouldn't, I don't think, be any of our considerations. For me, the consideration is, the question before us, should this be get a historic designation? And there's a process that we follow, and we are following that process, which is what we ought to be doing. That said, I appreciate some of the comments and wondering if this might be an opportunity for a step back, a pause, and a look on the part of everyone involved, the owner, preservationists, housing people, everybody, because I think there could be some ways to come up with a win-win-win for this and do the historic designation, get some really exciting history, but maybe find some ways to also allow others to get what they want as well. I don't know, but I think with a little ingenuity and a willingness to talk with each other, we really might come up with something. But meanwhile, the question right now is history, and it's fascinating. And I really appreciate the story about the young enslaved girl. I think we've gotten, so those stories are more interesting than the people that we usually hear about. It's kind of all the same thing all the time, those kind of stories. Whereas the drama of the common people and the lives that they were leading at the time really give flavor to history and are much more interesting, I think. Yeah. So with that, I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support the motion as well. I concur with everything that our colleagues have said so far. I want to add one thing. I think we have in front of us about a month and a little bit more than a month of deliberation until we get to the hearing of the Planning Commission. I hope that this will be productive time, that our staff, Ms. Torres and Ms. Faris, they've done amazing work already under very pressurized conditions here, and we should really thank them for that. And that they gain access to the property, that they can document the property. I think that this is a minimum that needs to happen. And I believe that, like Ms. Crystal said, there is a lot of value for the owner to explore. It doesn't have to be a burden. It can be a tremendous opportunity, both for the owner today, the owner tomorrow, and for the community as a whole. I think that we are in a good place to be able, in relatively swiftly and short time until April, it's not that long, to figure out and to envision what's the next step for this indeed historic property, as it seems. So as I said, I will support the motion and look forward to the process ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. For my part, I'll just briefly say thanks to Mr. Woodruff for your contributions to the process as well, and your leadership of HALRB. The speakers we had also were compelling to me. Ultimately, I come back to the issue before us now, and that is to hear more and the historic designation. And so on that question, I'm happy to support the motion. The other questions, we learned tonight that there's a charitable trust involved in the property, and there's certainly respect the perspectives brought to us as well by Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Hannigan. But the narrow question before us I think has been very ably supported by staff. Happy to support the motion, and with that, I'll call for a vote. The question is on Ms. Crystal's motion. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye. The motion passes 5-0. With that, Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board?
No, there is not.
We are, in that case, colleagues, we are adjourned.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Stay
Thank
safe.
you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night.